We made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Radland. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
I am so. On one hand, I am viscerally disgusted by patriotism, and have been my entire life. But on the other hand, it's fun to act patriotic for Brazil during the World Cup. What should I do?
You know, not smart. That is the exact same problem I'm experiencing today, but we'll get to that. Thank you for the $25 dono. Very much appreciated. Getting us closer and closer to our goal. You guys, by the way, are killing it. Almost halfway, folks. Almost halfway. Fun NASA shirt. I got it at a thrift store. You can find so many fun, silly things at thrift stores, folks. Hello everybody. Also, yeah, the UC Gamer, I don't know what that is all about. I did not see the event in question. It might have been like a timeout from the bot, like for like spam posting or something. But I don't think any of the mods like did a thing. Anyway. Not even kidding, the full nerd look hits me harder than the MILF outfits. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know what that's all about. But if somebody has been like bopped or like banned by the bot somehow, like there is like an email that people can reach out to me at. Let me grab it. Yeah, there's an unban email now, riverboatdiscord@gmail.com. So you can shoot me an email there if you've been banned and are looking to get unbanned, and we will consider your request. Part of a better system for unbanning. Anyway, just letting you guys know that exists. Posted in all the chats. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oof. Look at you, pig farmer. Indeed. There are some who call me the hog herder. Oh fuck. That's such a funny way. That's such a fucking funny way to talk about conservatives. I'm the hog farmer. I farm the hogs. I till my fields. God, thank you. You know, I know you came in here to shitpost and make me feel bad about myself, but genuinely, that was very funny. You gotta go now. See ya. Alright. Some call me the space cowboy. Some call me the gangster of love. Some call me Maurice. I'm a hog wrangler, indeed. Alright. Are you guys ready? I should just... we'll say hello. Hello, Vaughn400. Hello, Fighting Hobbit. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Not Smirt. Hello, WPG Squirrel. Hello, Cardstockcaster. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Emerald Dej. Hello, Small Frog. Hello, Metatiahu. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Queenie. Hello, Matthew Canals. Hello, Banana Brains again. Hello, Seth Panville. Hello, Chaos Princess Nora. Hello, Nathan Yu. Hello, Wienefer. Hello, Captain Lysa. Hello, 2D Synctium. Hello, Mithril. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Osimo. Hello, Shadow Talon. Hello, Latzia. Hello. How we doing? The Tenere. Hello, Christians Against Dinosaurs. Hello, Moss Imp. Hello, William Mattis. Hello. How we doing, Chill Face? Hello, Brass Man. Hello, the UC Gamer. Hello, Insect Hooves on Lassie. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Evan. Hello, the jazziest dog you know. Hello, sweet blasphemy. Hello, sparrow in the snow. Hello, story of the bard. Hello, how we doing, begrackled? Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Celeste Player One. Hello, John C's. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Andrew S. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Jewel the Fox. Hello, Kwai Kitsune. Hello, Late Bloomer Mad Grandma. Hello, Black Rose PCS. Hello, Zohran Joy. Hello, Erica. Hello, Paladin Lost. Oh, Paladin, you guys haven't hit the goal. You guys haven't hit the goal yet, but tonight is going to be a night of brain rot. Hello, How to Be Epic. Hello, Bima Saberwin. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello, The Last Homely House. Hello, Lady of the Meadow. And yes, the intro art did change. I need time to sit down and finish putting changes around the entire production because the outro image isn't changed. It still needs to be fixed. But yeah, yes. Hello, I'm certain. Hello, cute dark arts. Hello, everyone. Hello, 9-inch toenails. Hello, Kiva into fur. Hello, Lydian. Wait, Lydia Nuit Lavi. Sorry for butchering that. All right. Hello, Urtimer. How we doing, folks? Hello, Co-Incel Pro. And the Al Edison. Hello. Hello, DC Bruins Media. And hello, Evan Smith. All right. Y'all ready? Hello, Scoobaval. All right. Oof. Y'all ready? Also, before we get into the show, do hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do the things that help the channel grow, and do consider supporting the show financially if you are at all able, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. So, appreciate y'all. And hit the goddamn button. We'll get to what happened to Mamdani toward the top of the show. Don't worry, folks.
Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
Hello, Potato Salad
Click a
God.
button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a
I wish I
button.
could support going through such bad time right now, though.
Click the goddamn button.
Definitely hold on to what you need.
Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Big Dip, thank you for the compliments. I didn't think that like a NASA t-shirt from a thrift store would do so well. I was just trying to dress cool and casual. But it's so fun. It's such a fun shirt though. Seriously, this is one of my favorite devices ever created by human beings. I just think it's so fucking cool. The space shuttles were incredible. I got to see one in LA many years ago. It was very, very cool and humbling. All right, before we get into it, I do have to say I was ecstatically happy to see that Nick Lutzkow has been brought on to do stuff with the new InfoWars. It made me so happy. For those of you who are newer to the channel, back in the day, we would go down like kind of in a proto analog horror situation where we were trying to put and piece together Nick Lutzkow's extended universe. Like, what the hell is actually happening? And a lot of people remember those days fondly. And so seeing Nick Lutzkow get recognized for his talent and brought onto a place where it can be absolutely utilized is wonderful. And here is exactly what I mean.
Welcome to Real InfoWars. We're proud to introduce to you our official mascot, the InfoWars elf. He's made of cartoon. I drew it myself. Well, I stayed up all night drawing, and I put it in the computer, and I wrote this entire song. Then I got an email from corporate that said the InfoWars elf is not a direction they're interested in exploring. Forget that I mentioned the InfoWars elf, a swing and a miss. The headline is this: welcome to Real InfoWars. The InfoWars elf was ahead of its time. Let's move past this moment and into the light. Welcome to the Real InfoWars. New and improved InfoWars. Welcome to the Real InfoWars. New and improved InfoWars. Welcome to Real InfoWars.
Incredible. Incredible. You know? That I don't know how those Mad Lad bastards did it, but I love InfoWars now. The real InfoWars. Incredible stuff. Is this the same guy that did the I Want to Go to the RNC? Yes, this is the same guy. He's also the same guy who made a 45-minute sequel to Gremlins 2. And he's really good at singing and music, and it's kind of baffling that he does what he does, and I love it. What does one leave out for the InfoWars elf? Cartoons. It says in the song he's made out of cartoons. So I assume any kind of digital storage medium that contains cartoons. Yes, this is the guy with the I Want to Be Like Dan Bongino song. He's also the guy who writes the song #1 hit on country radio, in which he details how he's going to make a #1 hit on country radio so that he can seal his stepfather in the stairs under grandma's house with like the underground people. It's a weird song. It like just a weird content creator, and you know what? I fucking love weird content creators. It's great. It's giving Nightman. It's basic. Yeah, no, honestly, it's like if you gave Dennis D and Charlie a bunch of cocaine and had them like collaborate on Dayman Nightman, the Dayman Nightman musical. Like it's genuinely that manic energy. It's great. Hello, sheepish T-Rex. Hello, tall rabbit. Okay. All right, I know a lot of you are wondering, so let's get into the Zohran Mamdani issue. Okay? Y'all ready? This could be painful. Is this just baiting about the dress code? It has nothing to do with the dress code. All right. So, folks, many of you might be looking at the title of this and thinking to yourselves, oh God, it happened. The betrayal happened. And that's not exactly what I mean with the title of this, but I gotta be honest, I have a lot of different emotions inside of me right now about what Zohran Mamdani has done, and I don't quite know how to process them, so we're processing them together collectively here, and we're going to talk now about Zohran's transgression, which is he gave a 4th of July address, and it made me feel patriotic, and I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do with that, guys, because like it was genuinely really good. It was like, usually a 4th of July speech is genuinely like a miserable, boring affair, and I watched it twice already, and it's just so good. It's just so good. It makes me mad. And it makes me mad in part because he's just so fucking good at this. But also because almost every other Democrat is so bad at this. And we're gonna watch it now, and you guys are going to be absolutely stunned. Because this is genuinely, not only is it like a great speech, but it's also a declaration of war on the status quo and on the xenophobia and the hatred being spread by the Trump administration. It's like watching him take a shit right in Donald Trump's like Oval Office. It's crazy. And you know what? The thing is, he's so charismatic that like Donald Trump is gonna thank him for it. It's crazy. Right? Does he quote Gramsci again? No. But he does a really good job. He does a really good job. So let's jump into it, okay?
Morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers.
I want to start out by saying and pointing out, number one, I've disabled like alerts, so text-to-speech isn't going to read during the speech, but also already just the shot composition of this makes him look like a powerful leader. And I like it. It's very well done from the jump, because they knew that this speech is gonna go down. This is gonna go down in history.
And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then.
Like, I saw Xenogenesis over here saying he's FDR posting. He absolutely is. Like, this is some fireside chat stuff. Like, he is weaving in the history not just of America, but of New York City itself. It is relevant here, but it's relevant to all Americans. Like, I know I have immigrant ancestors who came through New York City, and like this is something that unites a huge number of Americans, that their ancestors made that same journey through New York City, and connecting it in this way is it's so good, it's so smart. Like, whoever is writing his speeches cannot be paid enough. And I'm impressed every step of the way here. Every step of the way.
Establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out. And that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since: an opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before: a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew.
Like, goddamn. The fact that he can, in this speech, both extol the ideals and virtues of America while also plainly making clear the inequities of America, the exploitation of America, and all of this done in a very succinct way. Like it's an immense amount of talent going on here on screen.
Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of Black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. It sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed, we may have walked on the moon, but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that work endures, and it belongs to us all.
Like, he's so good at this. He's so good at it. Again, framing the project of America as something that, well, great at its inception, has always been a work in progress and always will be a work in progress, as there are always going to be things to improve upon. Like, that's a difficult concept to convey in a speech in a way that weaves in all of these different class dynamics, all of these different, us versus them dichotomies getting broken down. Like, this is good. What you are seeing here is Zohran Mamdani, in essence, making a moral argument for the kind of governance that he does. And that's something, this has been going around in a lot of, like, political, like, thinky brain circles, as it were. But the idea that a lot of the mainstream Democrats lost the ability to make moral arguments. And part of the reason you see people like James Tallarico and Zohran Mamdani having the success that they have right now is due to the fact that they do not take the moral calculus for granted. They do not assume that people tuning into politics understand what is happening implicitly and like have already internalized arguments, which, to be clear, for a long time establishment Democrats did take for granted. And so Zohran Mamdani here is tracing out this narrative, elaborating on this story, adding to it as he goes, adding the different class dynamics, and all of that builds on itself to make an argument on a moral level and to appeal to people's sense of justice in society. And it's so good and healthy to see, because for too long, establishment Democrats have taken it for granted that people understand it. That people just implicitly know that, like, well, you don't want an authoritarian, you want democracy. And, like, they have stopped making the argument for democracy, for equality, for fairness. They stopped making the argument and took it as self-evident. And it's just not. Unfortunately, it's just not. Especially when you have an information ecosystem that is so thoroughly polluted by billionaire propaganda. And so, I, for one, think that a lot of what people can learn from this type of governance is, one, constant communication. Because the fact is, he keeps communicating stuff and the press picks up on it and talks about it. That's how he's controlling the narrative. He's just constantly holding press conferences where he talks about what he did do and what he and his administration are going to do. That's important because it charts a path forward. It makes it clear this isn't just, we won and now we get to sit on our laurels. It has momentum. It moves. And then he gives longer speeches about where he wants to go. What are the longer term goals? He's building and blazing a path. And, if you'll forgive the religious, analogy, he's essentially playing John the Baptist here for a wider socialist movement in America. And it's very impressive to see. Very, very impressive.
It belongs to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal.
Like, then he goes on the attack. And this is something you don't see all that often from Zohran Mamdani, right? Which is, he uses the opportunity of a July 4th speech to basically point at Donald Trump and all of his lackeys and cronies to say, y'all ain't shit. Y'all are small, weak, and you're unoriginal. And you know what? When you make jokes, people at parties fake their laughter. Because you ain't funny either.
At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power in our past.
Here.
How weak. Be grateful for merely being left freedom, where not all are created equal. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment.
I also just want to point out that when he talks about them, his tone is contemptuous. And I think that is a perfect tone. Can I link the video? Of course. There you go.
In our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, Too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, we call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach. That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived, a nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America, the striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores, the greatness that for 250 years has been America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
God damn. He's good at this. This is like the third time I've watched it. I'm still like kind of tearing up a little bit. Right? Like that guy just gave a speech like a general on a battlefield talking to a bunch of folks who've been in the trenches for weeks, and like we're all ready to run through no man's land for that man and for the one another and for our freedom. Like this is some truly great like just this is true greatness. You know, like it's like getting to see the ascendancy of like the next great political movement, the next great political leader in America. And we all have front row seats to it. And you know, I know people talk about, oh, like he can't be president, whatever. Dog, if there is one man who has the ability, give him like 15 years. Give him 15 years straight of doing this nonstop, continuing to build upon the political successes, continuing to build a movement with this political machine he has set up in New York City. Give him like 15 years to cook, and honestly, that might be overly generous. Give him a decade to
I
cook.
firmly believe Trump was only able to win because he comes across as genuine, a terrible person but still genuine, and Mamdani also comes across as genuine. A new era is here.
Well, it's that, and also because Trump makes a moral argument, you know?
Holds glass of cider, here's to 250, to Zohran, and asterisk Trump. BWA.
BWA, Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. But this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, which is that Donald Trump also makes a moral argument. Republicans are used to making moral arguments. They aren't very good moral arguments, but they do make them. You know, when Donald Trump says they're sending rapists and whatever,
Happy birthday, America.
he's making a moral
Happy
argument.
Pride, all year. Cheers. Jack is awesome. Keep on keeping on.
Thank you so much, James, for the $10 super chat.
We will not go silently into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today we celebrate our Independence Day.
Yeah, like a very Bill Pullman-ass speech. It was great. It was great. But it's a lost art for those on the left to make moral arguments. I genuinely, I do not remember the last time I saw an establishment Democrat make an appeal on moral grounds. Maybe Obama did that, but like you've got Chuck Schumer, and man,
people are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Like he's not even willing to make a moral argument there. It's just people seem really mad about this issue. You know? Corndog 911 Bravo, thank you very much for the prime. Always nice to see something that keeps me going. Images of what can be, hopefully with getting better leaders, the local and state office. Who knows? Maybe one day the whole country can be like this. That's the thing. That's the thing that I have been screaming from the rooftops for years on this channel, which is when people like you who give a shit about your community get involved in your local political scene, you can make things better. They spend, you know, conservatives spend billions of dollars every year to convince all of us that it's pointless to get involved, when the reality is if all of us got involved, we could make the entire country better. You know? Obama? Yeah, like, Obama, I'm not saying that Obama is a, like, great leftist or anything. I'm saying that Obama made moral arguments. In the same way Trump makes moral arguments, but, you know, for evil. but like part of it wasn't entirely like the Obama speaking cadence, though that was very effective. But it was also making moral arguments. And honestly, a lot of establishment Democrats don't want to make moral arguments because if they did, it would force them to embrace farther left policy positions. And that, yes. Look, maybe you guys are getting confused about the terminology. When I say moral arguments, I mean like they make moral appeals. They make arguments that appeal to basic morality. I'm not saying that the arguments they are making are moral, just that they are making a moral appeal.
Learned at TransPride that the Seattle DSA branch, a sponsor, has a local Discord I was invited to as a card-carrying DSA national member organize.
Hell yeah! Congrats, Blue Witch. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Fabi Deshane, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate both y'all. And I don't know. Like, that was one of the best modern speeches I have ever seen. And I do, like, include, you know, even Zohran Mamdani's own recent speeches. It's, it's incredible. And I can already tell it's going to make the worst
Biden
people
tried
mad.
this with the spirit of America BS, but he did a bad job of it, or maybe the core argument was corrupt.
No, the core argument of Biden was just, we need to return to the status quo. But the problem with that is that people already knew that the status quo was broken, right? And when you make an appeal to a broken status quo and say, hey, everybody, let's go back to that, even if it is a the morally superior option, people aren't motivated by that. It's not effective rhetoric. Hey, you remember that place that wasn't working for you guys before? Let's go back to that. And like people in general would rather wager on, you know, the devil they don't know to take them to a better future, even if that's not very likely, right? So anyway, I thought this was brilliant. I thought this was amazing. You can expect people to be getting incredibly mad about this on this week's Sunday shows. I would expect on the Sunday shows, you know, on cable news and whatnot, they're going to be freaking out about this. I suspect they've already been freaking out about it on like social media, but we'll get all the juicy clips on Sunday. All that being said, folks, you should listen to him. America's promise and the freedom of America is right there waiting for each and every one of us to reach out and take it. And that's what I'm asking you guys to do. When you guys go out and you join your local Dems, when you go out and you organize with your local DSA, that is you seizing freedom.
People aren't motivated by treading water. Only progress can set a fire in your soul.
Exactly. And when you go out and you get involved in your local community, not only can you stop bad things from happening, but you can also make good things happen. And a lot of people just don't really get that part. Like, they understand, oh yeah, we can stop that AI data center. Yeah, we can protect people from ICE. But you can also do constructive things, make things that help your community. And that's incredible and beautiful and a valuable thing. Not to mention, like, you'll be a happier person because you're gonna meet new people, you're gonna experience new things, you are going to deepen your roots in your community. It is wonderful. So if you need help joining your local Democrats, if you need help joining your local DSA, we have people in our community who are willing to help you take that first step. Okay, so join our Discord, !Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA.
I am still riding the high from Melit Kiros's victory party on Tuesday night. We can do things. Go do things, chatters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you need help joining your local Dems, reach out to Dragonfly. Dragonfly has years of organizing experience. She can help you get involved with your local Dems anywhere in the country, and also give you advice on how to maneuver within the Democratic Party to maximize your progressive leftist impact. So there you have it, folks. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do all the things. I'm very much looking forward to conservatives losing it over Mamdani yet again. Because you know what? I'm just going to add this one last bit before we fully wrap up the segment. Zohran Mamdani making these people angry is genuinely one of the best things in the universe right now for the socialist movement. Because every single time Zohran Mamdani talks about how, oh yeah, we're going to use city money to take care of orphans better, and we're going to also use city money so that we can create jobs that pay livable wages in New York City for hundreds, if not thousands, of new people. And then conservatives go, look at that. Can you believe it? He wants your state money to pay for orphans and to pay honest workers for their labor. And it's just a gigantic advertisement for how actually that's very sensible to do, and actually that's a great idea. Why are we all angry at this man again? Right? Like, it is something that is doing advertising for Zohran and actively making Republicans more and more repulsive to the MAGA base, to the Republican base, to especially younger Republicans in the base. And honestly, the more demotivation we see among them, the better. The more motivation to reassess and reevaluate our political positions related to, material conditions and whatnot, the more popular Zohran Mamdani and socialism at large in America will become.
Jack, isn't pissing people off anti-socialist? Nerd face.
Well, technically, if you go back to the guano wars, many civilizations were collecting piss in order to turn into fertilizer and explosives. So technically, when you say talking about pissing people off, that's actually a really good thing, because you are gifting them with a highly valuable substance that they can sell at market in order to help make their ends meet. So when you think about it, really, to get pissed off is to actually give a great gift to your neighbors or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened to me. I feel like I got possessed by the spirit of an anime character with swirly glasses. Turn your piss into gold today, folks. That's the original Rumpelstiltskin story. Republicans don't want you to know that. Anyway, moving right along, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folk. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof.
Honestly, this might be a bad idea, but I've decided to stop treating transphobes with kids' gloves. Enough gentle parenting for bigots.
Yeah, look, you don't owe anybody an argument, Like, that's the thing, right? You have, and this is where I eventually settled on. Like, some people, they're built in such a way where they're like, I'm gonna befriend members of the KKK and slowly de-radicalize them or whatever. I'm not built that way. I don't got enough patience for that. I don't view it as effective enough on a wide enough scale. And so my position is largely like, I'm not going to waste my time trying to convert bigots. I'm going to use my time trying to build up an effective movement of folks on the left. Like, that is my role in all this. And I view it as my role in part because it's easier. It's easier to just like get a liberal to become a socialist than it is to get like a MAGA person to break out of that cult mindset. You know? Dean Withers and Parker exist for that already. I don't know how much they de-radicalize people, but I also recognize that their content isn't really aimed at someone like me, so yeah. Fair, YouTube is giving me ads on the stream. Yes,
It
vertical
just
chat
hurts
does
when
run
someone's
ads.
indoctrination and intuition leads them to bad conclusions or outcomes.
Oh, it absolutely hurts. But also, other people's ideas are not someone else's responsibility necessarily. You know, like you have a finite amount of energy, you have a finite amount of time, and like ultimately it is not your duty to deprogram someone, you know? Wait, really? I don't get ads on Vert Chat? Yep, Vertical Chat has ads on it specifically because it's inundated by so many bigots. But Horizontal Chat does not have ads on it. So if the ads are irritating, you can head over to the Horizontal Chat. Nope, just no ads. I can't explain why YouTube does what it does. I do think debates can be good in certain circumstances, of course, but generally like those circumstances I find are limited to, high profile debates. Like if a content creator you watched were to debate another conservative content creator, that could change minds. But part of the problem is most conservative content creators aren't interested in a good faith debate, you know? And what happens, and that's actually like a pretty important component of debate, I think. Um, because otherwise you just have someone who is arguing in bad faith, knowing that they're a liar from the jump, and that just leads them to basically becoming drama queens in the debate sense, where they, instead of engaging in any actual back and forth about the ideas, they become combative, they get loud, they act out, they they avoid engaging with the intellectual part of the topic. And so I guess part of it is just like, I think debates can be good, but I think the debates that could be good right now in the current political landscape is, I think, between folks on the left and liberals. I think that's where the productive debate is happening right now, you know? And I do think that you can get debates that change minds. I've seen debates change minds, but generally in a one-on-one situation where you're trying to change the mind of the person you're talking to, I have not seen that to be particularly effective. As just like, I wouldn't make it my main thing. Obviously, if you have a unique opening with somebody or influence with somebody, it's always worth taking a shot to see if you can change their mind. But like, it's also okay if you don't. Not the end of the world. I don't know if publicized debates really do stuff. They absolutely do. Yeah. Okay, you guys ready to talk about AOC? Was Hippy Dippy genuine? I mean, I think that some people approached Hippy Dippy genuinely, and some people just
Mamdani embodies FDR's I ask you judge me by the enemies I have made.
absolutely Lavender Dragon. Thank you for the $5 dono, and also I just like that username. It's very evocative. All right. Maybe I'll put a Lavender Dragon in. I'm gonna be doing an upcoming game of D&D. Maybe I'll put a Lavender Dragon in it. It just makes me think of like a more arboreal type of dragon. I've been planning this D&D session in my mind over like the last few days, and that just like gave me a good idea. I'm gonna write that down real quick. I know exactly how it will fit in. Cool. You should stream it? Nah. I would, but you know, it involves other people who absolutely do not want to be on stream. See, I don't understand Megan Fox's giant boobs. Like a druid dragon? No, like, you know how like some dragons are, well, like some dragons are obsessed with gold. Maybe like this more arboreal dragon is more I guess I was thinking kind of more of like the Spirited Away kind of like river dragon, but something like that, but for like a grove of flowers, or not grove. That's not the right word.
More
Field
arboreal,
of flowers.
tree sun.
Are these dragons good or bad? I would say that like a lavender dragon would be good, like a relatively benign dragon of nature. Yeah. Were you on Strip Chat at one time? No. I was on OnlyFans for a time, but not what you're thinking of. An arboreal dragon? Yeah, for like nature and shit. What about a neon purple dragon? If I was running a kind of cyberpunk D&D setting, absolutely. Absolutely you'd get fucking neon dragons. Oh god, they'd be so fucking sweet. Anyway, y'all ready to talk about AOC? Oh wait. We've been talking now for over an hour. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that like button, do the things, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And yeah, consider financially supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. Also, I can't remember if I said it, but Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate you.
A hedge maze with a dragon at the center, and it's connected to the whole thing. Its claws or wings and scales are leading.
That'd be neat.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
You have a killer body. I do. Thank you.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
I certainly like to think so.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Click the
Knifeiest Duck, I think you did a good job there. Currently making maps for my D&D game. Hell yeah. Siva Nuir, love it. I do have a killer body. Thank you.
For those who have recently joined DSA who want to come up with a cool idea for their chapter to do for a social
Oh, Rules and Roberts. I have heard of this. I have heard of this. This is incredible.
Sounds like a line from one of those classic fantasy romance novels.
A hedge maze with a dragon at the center.
I do not fillet Nazis.
I liked that comment, Sake. That was good. That was good. All right. But yeah, you can learn Robert's Rules of Order, which is used by a lot of the DSA, by playing Rules and Roberts, a democratic role-playing game, which is pretty great. And I'll link this in all the other chats as well, so you guys can, take a look at it at your leisure. Yeah, if you get a bunch of friends to join DSA, run a game of this with them. You get little character sheets to learn the rules. It's great. Little cheat sheets. Looking on Blue Sky, the Libs are baffled. We voted out a congresswoman who was an impeachment manager against Trump with Kiros. The Libs are coping hard. Oh, Libs are very mad. Libs are big mad. Oh god, that actually exists? It does quiet panic. So I forget if I clicked the button, but I'm gonna click this button specifically because you guys have now officially surpassed halfway towards our goal. That's a sneeze. Whew.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Thank you for being the Dono Ghosts of my heart. And for keeping my bones safe from that thieving ghost that likes my bones. Did you say sneeze is part of your sneeze? Yes. Thanks, Kenneth Moyers. If you were gelatinous, would you still stream? I mean, probably. Shifty, thank you.
Amazing. I want to know how you go with fly and go gadget line.
Olsen Exy! Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, 2 Spectral Wolves! Unfortunately, no luck with the other things, but I felt that sneeze coming from a mile away. Hell yeah. A little bit of hair in the mouth. Sorry. I'm glad you guys were all very entertained by me saying sneeze as I sneezed. Let's see here. I saw someone ask a great question. As a Minnesotan, are there any DSA/progressive Dems I should check out for the upcoming primary? Yeah, I did an interview not that long ago with Kobe. Y'all should check her out. She is the progressive challenger for Minnesota governor. And Kobe Lane's campaign seems really good. I managed to get like an outsized amount of support at the convention, really raked some feathers the wrong way among the Klobuchar camp. So I'd say check out Kobe Lane for sure. There are going to be some other folks, but I would check in with local DSA on that front. I know one of the folks who is running. Pull this up. Cedric Frazier just got the endorsement of the house that is known as the the trials will be public house. So I don't know, that's the only other one that I'm aware of at the moment. But I do know that DSA working on other candidates too. And I will also say, I saw the question earlier in Vertical Chat about how do we get rid of Mayor Frey? Mayor Fry. I always forget which way you're supposed to say his name. Either way, he sounds like a cartoon character. Real talk? Run Omar Fateh again. Run Omar Fateh again. Because he's not called Mayor Frey, he's called Sick Dennis. It's true. It's true. I think Omar Fateh will benefit from name recognition a second time around. Omar is running for a House seat. Damn. Well, then I don't got anybody else waiting in the wings for Minneapolis mayor, sadly. You say it like French fries? Ah, Mayor French fries. I got it. But yeah, unfortunately, no, stop, you're lying. The sneezler isn't real. No, the sneeze was real. He's a greasy little French fry. All right, but like it is one of those things where I'm just kind of like, it made me so mad. Like I know Mayor Fry is going to run for a state level seat. He's gonna run for like governor or some shit, and people are gonna be like, that guy, the guy that we saw on national television saying fuck ICE that one time, yeah, I'll vote for him. And like they aren't gonna question any of his record, and it's just so fucking frustrating again. You know? Frustrating as hell. Omar Fateh is a state senator and running for re-election. Well, I was aware of that. Okay, so he's not running for like he's not running for Congress. He's running for re-election to the state senate. That makes more sense. Yeah. I guess I would just kind of follow DSA's lead on a local races for mayor. Whew. How do I convince my normie neighbor that Klobuchar is not the way? I would show your normie neighbor Kobe Lane's convention speech to the DFL. Because it was one of those things that made a lot of those establishment folks in Klobuchar's camp really angry. But I think that it's very useful to build that kind of pressure within Klobuchar's retinue to shift Klobuchar's policies as much as possible. Let me pull it up for you. I'll link it in chat here. Kobe Lane speech. Yes, I covered this a while ago. There you go. Why do you think your opinion matters so much? It doesn't. Keep it to yourself. You're stupid. Well, I like to think that my opinion matters because I spend my time doing political analysis, meaning I specialize in it, so I talk a lot about it. And my hope is that my analysis is helpful and useful to people. And people do tend to tell me that it is helpful and useful to them. So maybe my show isn't for you specifically, but it's for other people. Because not everything is for you. See, you know what? I'll link the Kobe Lane video in all of the chats. There you go. You all can watch that. I have a video where I talk about it and talk about Minnesota politics in general. I'd encourage you guys to go check that one out if you're interested. So there you go. You can watch that as a treat. Indeed. Indeed. Also, folks, if you're enjoying the show, support the show. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a look at the number of likes we got going on right now, just so I know whether or not I should berate you guys. You're actually doing great. Never mind, I take it back. You guys are doing swell. Damn, even vertical chat. I wasn't aware of the level you were operating on today. All right. My main thing that I would highlight about Amy Klobuchar is that Amy Klobuchar is essentially a very status quo politician. She's very unlikely to make things meaningfully better in any kind of large way for people in Minnesota. And that when we start looking at what Amy Klobuchar has done recently, a lot of it is to moderate positions. And I think that especially in a moment where Minnesota has been occupied by these masked thugs who have stolen our neighbors, killed people in the streets, and sown terror and discord, I would say that anyone who is incapable right now as a leader in Minnesota of saying that ICE should be abolished is not able or capable to live up to the moment. And she's not able to do that. She has never said it. She's not going to say it. And I think that that is a fundamental problem with handing her political power, which is that she seems woefully unaware of how angry people in this state are. And we need a politician that will see that, will recognize it, and will move to get justice. So, a couple of my thoughts off the top of my head about Amy Klobuchar. Like, I want to see justice tribunals, you know? Like, I want to see every officer, every bureaucrat prosecuted.
Health insurance CEOs should get a real job instead of being leeches.
You know what? That is a modest proposal. I concur. Let it be so enacted. Also, out of curiosity, how many of you would be interested in hearing me talk about the Catholic Church, the Catholic Church and its latest schism? Hey, Asuka. New guy, you're doing great. Yes. Okay. All right. I didn't know if it was like too niche to get in the weeds talking about a Catholic schism in, coming out of Switzerland. But it is very funny, and I do think it has implications for US politics, and specifically I think that the Pope might be moving against Opus Dei, and I'm very excited. We actually got a cool Pope, guys. Yeah, dude did excommunications and everything. What does that mean? Opus Dei is a pretty influential group of Catholics that have done a lot of not great stuff. He did what? He excommunicated some folks. And I think he's gearing up and laying the groundwork for potentially going after Opus Dei. All right. Y'all ready to talk about AOC? If only he would excommunicate Vance. You know, he might get there. We'll see. The holy see you later. Hey, I see what you did there. All right. Let's dive into it. Yes, Opus Dei is very active in like American conservative political circles.
A modest proposal, Jonathan Swift style, but with CEOs.
Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. All right. Y'all ready? Oof. Is the holy see you later anything like a Midwestern goodbye? I mean, I guess so. Except a Midwestern goodbye takes, what feels like forever, and, a holy see you later takes, centuries. Jack, can I get a cookie? Yes. All right. Y'all ready for this? I need confirmation that you are ready. Are you ready, Chad? Are you ready for this? All right, let's dive into this. I'm excited. So, all right. So, folks, we need to talk about, are we in a moment of the leftist movement happening? Is this just, a continuing prelude to something bigger, or is it happening? Is this happening right now? And I am so excited. Let's take a listen to the GOAT himself, Bernie Sanders, who put up a video 2 days ago saying, is this the political revolution? Wait, sorry. Is the political revolution we've been fighting for here?
Thank you all for joining me. In the midst of these really crazy times in our country, I wanted to say a few words about the political situation as I see it. As I think all of you know, our political revolution, our grassroots movement, was never ever about electing one person to become president of the United States, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else. We are a movement to elect progressives at every level who will fight for a government that represents all of us and not just the 1%. That's what we are about. And last night, I'm happy to tell you that Melat Kiros, a candidate who we supported, many of you contributed to financially, won a huge upset victory in the Denver, Colorado area.
Is he all right? He's
She
old,
took
guys.
on a
He's old.
30-year incumbent member of the House of Representatives, and she won by a 10-point margin. Her opponent had millions and millions of dollars in super PAC funding and greatly outspent her. But Melat did what progressives always do. She ran a strong grassroots campaign with many, many hundreds of volunteers, and she won.
Also, Naturalist Mind, thank you very much for the gifted membership. And, like, yeah, guys, he's old. And he, you know, I also see some people saying, like, he needs to pass the torch. I would argue he is passing the torch. Like, he's been doing that. That's why he's been touring the country with AOC. It's why he's been helping extensively to build up these up-and-coming candidates. And, like, I think that he is doing his best to leave behind a movement that's bigger than what he found when he initially got into office. And, you know, he's done a goddamn ton. And I think he knows that his time is almost up. Because, like, he's old, guys. He needs some time to grill and chill.
When I look at Melat's victory, when I look at the election results in New York City that made Zohran Mamdani the mayor of that city, when I look at recent primary victories in New Jersey, Montana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, rural areas, urban areas, when I look at Abdul El Sayed's lead in the polls in Michigan, when I look at Graham Platner running a fantastic grassroots campaign and defeating a sitting Democratic governor in Maine for the Democratic nomination there, when I look at Peggy Flanagan's dynamic and aggressive campaign in Minnesota.
I do like Peggy. I know I'm a little I know I live out a little bit about Peggy Flanagan, but I like Peggy a lot.
When I look at the huge turnouts for our Fight Oligarchy rallies and No King events, I mean, millions of people all over the country coming out to these events. When I look at a billionaire's tax qualifying for the ballot in California, which is no easy task. When I look at worker organizing campaigns sprouting up and succeeding across the country. When I look at public support for trade unions at an all-time high, I believe that it may just be possible that this country is on the verge of the political revolution we have fought for such a long time. Now, I do not have a crystal ball to tell you what will happen next, but last night and the last several months have given me hope and optimism, and I hope it does the same for you. It has given me hope that all across this country, people understand that given the dangerous and unprecedented moment in which we are living, we need to rethink, rebuild, and fundamentally reform the Democratic Party. We need a party that is not just in opposition to Trump and his disastrous policies. That is vitally important, and progressives are going to lead the way in opposition to Trump. But that is not enough. We need a party that is prepared to take on the greed and ideology of the oligarchs who now control the economic, media, and political life of our nation. And we need to create an economy and a government that works for all of us and not just the few. We need a Democratic Party that opens its doors to new people, new energy,
This speech is
and
about
new
as
ideas.
pass the torch as you can get.
I mean, kind of. I like it. He's making a very plain. He's making it very plain what the current state of politics is in a broad, bird's eye view sense. Like, he's not getting into every single race that's happening, obviously, but he's pointing out major and sustained victories across the United States for the farther left candidates who are unseating over and over and over again people who have been selected by establishment kingmakers or who have been, backed by these billionaire machines, and saying, here's what's needed on top of just this. It will take more mobilization than just what we see to enable these victories.
We need a Democratic Party that is truly a grassroots party, where decisions are made from the bottom on up, not from the top on down. We need a Democratic Party which becomes the political home of the working class of our country and young people, Black and white, Latino and Asian, American and Native American, all Americans. And here is the very good news. The agenda that we are fighting for is the agenda that the American people want. Now, I know that our opponents say this is a far left agenda, nobody likes it. Well, guess what? The vast majority of the people are with us.
That's the thing, right? Like, every single time a conservative tries to be like, no, nobody likes socialist policies, the second a poll comes out, people are actually like, well, wait a minute, by socialist policies, you mean my ability to retire on Social Security? Wait, by socialist policy, you actually meant, like, having health care? Oh, damn, dog, actually, socialism's pretty cool. Like, it's up until finally people start encountering a need or the need for these systems, or realize that there was a need that they had that they previously weren't having met. Like, that's the thing. It's very difficult for the status quo system as it exists right now to defend itself against a very clear and obvious conclusion, which is that billionaires are exploiting people in order to amass these massive treasure troves of wealth and then weaponize it against everybody else. And that is pretty obvious to me. It's pretty obvious to me when a Walmart opens in a small rural town and suddenly all the mom and pop stores are driven out of business because Walmart, with its, economy of scale, can afford to undercut all of the mom and pop businesses until they no longer exist. And then once Walmart's the only game in town, they jack up their prices, they exploit all the people who work there, and they cut wages, they cut hours, so they don't have to give people
Quick
health care.
question: what makes Social Security socialism?
It's a universal program. Like, Social Security is typically considered a social program. And a lot of people will broadly lump that in with what socialism entails, right? At the heart of what I believe socialism to be is you need to focus on the relationship that workers have with work, right? And so I think that a key component is to put democracy in the workplace, to have workers own the place where they work. And collectively, like, each worker has a say in how that work is done, what that workplace is like, what the conditions are, etc. But I think another really key component of a socialist society is to reduce what I would call capitalist exploitation. And by that, I mean, I think that there should be programs in place to ensure no one goes hungry, to ensure everyone has a place to live, to ensure that people have the things they need to live in a modern society. And ideally, those things would be decommodified so that people just get what they need, right? And by decommodifying these systems, I think that ultimately we reduce the ways in which people are oppressed by the economic systems that we have in our society. Because exploitation isn't simply going to fully stop just because workers own the means of production. Like, there's still other ways in which power becomes abused and exploited. And I think that obviously part of that is by creating universal programs like Medicare for all, like Social Security, etc., to ensure that people have stability and can take risks, right? Like, a key component, I think, of like a worker-run economy would be that workers would need to have the ability to look at what they want to do and then to take a risk. And if that risk doesn't pan out, they aren't left penniless and without a place to live and unable to feed themselves, right? Like, I think in order to launch, more democratic worker co-ops, in order for people to take a shot at doing things that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do, I think you need to lower that burden. I think that people should be able to pursue, be empowered to pursue things. I believe in positive freedoms, that our society should enable people to do what they've always dreamed of doing. So that's just kind of what I mean by what makes Social Security socialism. And also, a lot of people consider it to be maybe not socialism, but maybe a socialist policy would entail something like a social safety net, like Social Security, right? So hopefully that kind of gives you a little bit of a window into what I mean. Y'all understand? Gay is good? True. Cool. Let's move on.
Because they understand that our healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, it is wildly expensive, and that we must pass Medicare for all. Because healthcare is a human right, not a privilege. At a time when 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, the American people know that we must raise the minimum wage to a living wage so that no worker in America lives in poverty. At a time when corporation after corporations operates illegally by making it impossible for workers to join unions, the American people understand that unions are the means by which workers get protection, and we must make it easier for workers to join unions. And I don't care whether you're a conservative Republican, a socialist.
I like the explanation that socialism is just expanding democracy. Exactly. That's always made sense to me. Like, if democracy is good enough to, be the decision-making paradigm of one of the largest and most powerful nations on earth, like, surely it should be a great decision-making paradigm for, say, private corporations, or rather public. No, not public. Collectively owned corporations, And I think those corporations should be beholden to the people who work there.
The moderate or whatever you may be, everybody knows that our current campaign finance system is corrupt and that it is dominated by billionaires and their super PACs who buy and sell politicians. Everybody knows that we must end Citizens United, get super PACs out of the political process, and that we need to move toward public funding of elections.
Hell
and
yeah.
at a time when we have more income
baby.
and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country, Yeah, we must demand that the wealthy and the billionaire class start paying their fair share of taxes. And right now, when you have a president of the United States who wants to increase military spending by $500 billion, if you can believe it, $500 billion more on top of $1 trillion, the American people know that what we have got to do is not only cut the bloated military budget, but stop these endless and horrific wars that we're seeing right now in Iran, in Lebanon, and elsewhere. The American people, from coast to coast, finding it very hard to afford housing. And our young people today are going to get their first home, if they ever get their first home, 12 years later than their parents. So what must we do? We've got to build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing. And right now, in the midst of a terrible and dangerous heat wave
Wish
right
my
here.
job was worker-owned, so maybe we could vote to stop working 6 days a week. It's driving me insane.
God damn, fat man. You guys deserve a full weekend. Thank you for the $20 dono. Very much appreciated. But Jack, have you considered America isn't a democracy? But it is a democracy! It's representative democracy. No!
The United States, which followed the heat wave that took thousands of lives in Europe. We know that climate change is an existential threat to this planet. We've got to take on the fossil.
Capitalism equals profit over people. Socialism equals economic stagnation. I disagree. Socialism, in my mind, just puts people over profit. Which, by the way, doesn't mean no profit, just as capitalism doesn't mean no people. It just means we prioritize the well-being of people over making a profit.
Fossil fuel industry, and we've got to move to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And I think every day, more and more people are understanding the dangers that AI and robotics have for our country, and believe, as we do, that we must make AI and robotics work for all of us, not just the billionaire owners of big tech. So I think there is a growing consensus that our agenda is the agenda of the American people, and that's why we are winning elections. So where do we go from here? What do we do? Well, short term, in my view, we must build.
Socialism is bad for America. Well, socialism has been really good in America where it's been implemented, like in democratic worker co-ops or in socialist programs, like, for example, Social Security. Again, people love socialism. That's a really inconvenient problem for conservatives. It's just there's been a very effective propaganda campaign against it since the Red Scare days.
On our extraordinary successes by doing everything possible to win the August Democratic U.S. Senate primary.
Socialism is the entire reason why we don't have kids losing hands in the textile mills. That's very true. Look up Mother Jones and the March of the March of the Children. That is like genuinely very true.
In Michigan and Minnesota for Abdul El-Sayed and Peggy Flanagan. So right now, within the next month, there are going to be two really important Senate primaries in Michigan and Minnesota. We've got to do everything we can to support Abdul and Peggy. And on top of that, we have many, many progressive candidates running for Congress, and they're running for down ballot positions, and we've got to be on their side and get their backs as well. And then after the primaries end, our job is to build.
You know, I know that this was not like made as a serious comment, but I did want to respond to it. Socialism needs to make better KFC. Unironically, if your concern is like better food, would food get better under socialism?
Turns out that the threat of destitution does not in fact build character.
That's true, Megan Fox's giant boobs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Food gets better under socialism. Now, what do I mean by this? If you have an economy, right, that is specifically geared towards
Thank you
You're
for
so
showing
welcome.
these speeches. We are hoping and working for a socialist inclusive United States. Safe and revolutionary 4th to all.
Hell yeah, one-eyed weirdo. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But your food would get better under socialism. And here's why, right? Because under socialism, workers own the means of production, right? So what that means is effectively you have a new economy that is predominantly run by democratic worker co-ops, right? And what that means is you have created a system in society where people can go out and they can try to launch new businesses. And one of the most commonly launched types of new businesses is literally restaurants, right? And so if you have a collectively owned restaurant and you are then able to decide what the menu is, you are able to decide what do the chefs want to make. This is the mechanism whereby you can actively outcompete places like McDonald's. You can outcompete KFC because you can have a democratically run restaurant, and if it makes some really bangin' fried chicken, then everyone's gonna go get the really bangin' fried chicken over KFC. Like, I don't know. I look, if your concern is like what about the mom and pop diners? They would be more successful at surviving if the servers and the chefs and the dishwashers all collectively owned the business. Why can't you do that under capitalism? That's the thing. You can. And many companies have done that under capitalism, right? But here's the thing. Here's my argument, right? The data that we have on democratic worker co-ops as they exist right now in America is that effectively they do a number of different things better than traditional privately owned companies. Number one, the workers are happier because they have a say. They have agency in their working conditions. They have agency in the overall posture of the company, right? And number two,
Kobe Lane all the way, party face emoji. Let's
Hell yeah.
make Minnesota a socialist utopia.
Clever Motel, thank you for the $5 super chat. I've really enjoyed my talk with Kobe Lane. Everyone should go check that out. Number two, workers are paid better because they get to collectively negotiate their wages with themselves. Number three, they are more likely. Queenie, thank you for the 1,000 joules. Number three, they are less likely to ship jobs overseas or move their company around because they all live there, right? So it's a local business that stays local, but more than that, they're also more economically sustainable, meaning that they are more likely to stick around for the long term. And not only that, statistically, they are more likely to succeed through the early years of running the business, which is the most risky time during which a business operates. And so you have just a higher success rate, both initially, and a longer longevity for these companies. And they are more economically transparent and willing to pay taxes, to support and give back to the community in which they all live and value. They are also less likely to take actions that would have harmful externalities for their local community, i.e., if they work at a factory, they're less likely to be like, yeah, I'm totally fine with dumping toxic waste into our local water supply because you got to go home and drink that same water, right? And so what we're talking about here is democratically owned and operated, a democratically owned and operated business model. Now, traditionally, the big reason that we don't have these everywhere is because it's much more difficult to get financing for democratic worker co-ops, right? Because when you have a privately owned business, if you take out a loan, the issuer of the loan knows that you are going to prioritize the profitability of the business, which means you are more likely to be able to pay back that loan, at least insofar as the eyes of the institution go when it comes to banking. However, if the state, which for a lot of the aforementioned reasons is highly incentivized to want these businesses to flourish and stick around, well, if the state were to offer loans that were attractive for new democratic worker co-ops to be made, that would allow folks to experiment with these. It would allow a proliferation of this type of enterprise. We'd be able to get more data on how to effectively organize these. And I think that would have a lot of positive ramifications. And all of that being said, I do think that this is the way you can help push back against the Walmartification, the McDonald'sification of America, because I think that it's a reversal of the mechanism that put all those mom and pop shops out of business, you know? And I think that over time, we can put mechanisms in place on the bottom to help formulate and create more of these democratic worker co-ops, and put in place mechanisms at the top to transition companies that are currently private into democratic worker co-ops over time. And I think given a choice between working for a private employer or a democratic worker co-op, most people would choose the democratic worker co-op. And that is kind of my working assumption and working theory, right? What you're talking about is unfair competition and monopolies, not capitalism itself. Capitalism will always seek to create monopolies in order to preserve profits over all else. Because the worry of the company, the worry of capital is not, oh, what if the entire economy fails? They want all of the money. The goal of capitalism, the win state of capitalism, is who has all of the money, right? So, that's just kind of where I'm at. I know I'm rambling, but let's finish this up.
Build the strongest grassroots political movement this country.
Yes, that's why we have laws against it, or are supposed to. Yeah, but that's also the problem, right? Because under capitalism, where it's profit over everything else, when you have a system that doesn't meaningfully stop you from buying political favor, what you have instead set up is just a new cost of doing business if you get caught buying said political favors, right? And so when we do have laws that we can operate against these corporations, however, part of the problem of capitalism is that when you have achieved a certain level of wealth, you can effectively do whatever you want, right? And break the system, which is exactly what we've seen with Elon Musk. It's exactly what we've seen with these billionaire oligarchs that haunt the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And the problem is any mechanism you create to hold those corporations accountable, those corporations can break given time and money. And that's the reason why I think we cannot trust these privately held institutions that have been funneling money up to billionaires and trillionaires, you know? I think fundamentally they've had their shot to show that they work, and they failed.
Has ever seen for a general election. Let me be very, very clear about this. The wealthiest people in this country, the billionaires in America.
You're talking about special interests? Yeah, but who funds the special interests, right? The special interest groups are paid by the corporations and the billionaires. And so the bigger these companies get, the bigger these billionaires get, the more money they funnel into buying off politicians. And I can tell you, as somebody who is organized, some of the prices to get in front of a senator or to get a phone call with the full attention of someone in Congress, it's almost laughably small when you start looking into the stories about the political corruption going on right now in America, like it's almost laughable how small the amount is to buy these elected officials to listen to you. And the issue is, and you have to think about, if a individual who just throws that amount of money can buy 10 minutes of time with a senator, well, what happens when a billionaire steps into the room and is able to throw that amount of money at that senator, like, for every minute of that senator's time? And that's kind of the problem, right? Like, you and I don't have the ability to, like, shovel $50,000 per minute at the campaign of an elected senator or who's going to be facing re-election soon. But billionaires do. These companies that have trillions of dollars in their war chests do. And that's kind of the problem, because all of these people in Congress have a finite amount of time in every day. There are only ever going to be 24 hours in a day. And billionaires and trillionaires and corporations can send their lobbyists to buy all of their time for more money than we, the people, can actually marshal to raise. And so, like, part of the problem is we've had decades and decades and decades to try and fix this problem, but they've only gotten more powerful. And that's in part because, frankly, they've bought portions of both political parties. And that political corruption, that's something that isn't unique to America. You see it in every capitalist country. And you see it in Hungary. You see it in the corporate forces behind the AFD. Like, all that being said, what is necessary are the passage of universal programs and to transition from an economy that is primarily driven by these people who are openly robbing us of our democracy and our, livelihoods, and transitioning that power and ownership of the means of production that have made the ultra wealthy so wealthy into the hands of the people, because it's about time it got more equitably distributed. You see it in socialist societies too, like the EU. But the problem is, exactly. You see the capitalist attempts to privatize, like, the NHS, or you see it in, like, the ways that corporations push back against different worker policies in, like, Sweden. And universally, what is the check? I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the governments of these different countries. The check often on that political power, on that political power grab, on the attacks on worker rights in those countries, the check is not, in fact, the political apparatuses at the top. The check is instead from the organized working people. The reason there isn't as much corporate exploitation in, say, Sweden is because they have a profoundly deep and entrenched union culture there. Which, unions are just worker ownership with extra steps, essentially. And what I'm talking about with democratic worker co-ops is effectively the union owns the factory, and the union membership gets to vote with what to do with it. And I think that would be a far more resilient model against this kind of corporate overreach, corporate corruption, etc. But this is me rambling, obviously. We're so close to being done. He has like a minute left.
They have unlimited, underlying the word unlimited amounts of money to spend to elect right-wing Republican candidates. All right? We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Money doesn't mean anything to them. Their super PACs are going to be flush with cash.
Yeah, by the way, Bernie, I think, was talking about this before the Supreme Court decision dropped, that people can basically just donate an infinite amount of money to political parties, and then those political parties can use that collective war chest as they see fit to fund any political campaign. So basically, and can coordinate directly with those campaigns. So yeah, things got a lot worse as far as political corruption goes in America, thanks to the SCOTUS decision earlier this week.
And the only way we take on that money is through an unprecedented, strong grassroots movement, which means that we've got to knock on millions of doors from coast to coast, reaching out to working families, reaching out to the young, reaching out to the disaffected. So that's what we got to do in the general election. And then in January 2027, after we gain control over the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, we begin the process of transforming our country and doing all of the things that working families know must be done. So we got a lot on that agenda.
You know, but the thing is, like, I know a lot of people talk about taxes. Oh, high taxes. Oh, the taxes would be so high. I don't think people mind high taxes if they see and understand what those taxes get them. Because right now in America, a lot of our taxes get taken up by means testing different systems, by outsourcing to private contractors that make a profit on top of the taxpayer dime, by basically allowing private corporations to like basically fleece taxpayers. I view, by the way, the over imprisonment of people in America as a form of this. It's basically mass corporate welfare where you are giving someone to be like a practically a slave within our prison system, doing labor for private corporations for slave wages. And on top of that, the private prisons they get put in get paid an absurd amount of money per prisoner that they keep behind bars. And all of that is at our expense. And these private prisons have lobbied for decades in order to put more and more people who are nonviolent behind bars. And so what you have here is just this ballooning system. And by the way, now all of these ICE concentration camps are also privately run under the very similar terms, including, by the way, forced work terms. If anyone wants to be able to afford anything in the prison to make their life not a complete and living hell. And so all of this to say, I do think that if people actually saw their taxes, instead of being used for evil, to exploit more people, etc., and if people instead saw those taxes going towards beautifying their parks, making sure their kid has a playground that's safe and fun and engaging, making sure that, like, you can get childcare if you need it. Oh, hey, your kid can go to pre-K now for free. Hey, your kid can go to local community college for free. These are things, oh, you got sick? Oh, you don't worry. You've got publicly paid for healthcare. You can just go to the doctor. You don't have to worry about being made bankrupt. Like, all of these things, if we actually got them from our government, I think people would be happy to pay higher taxes. Or even, like, if we shuffled money around like it currently is, like, and just made sure the billionaires were paying their fair share, we could do so much more for people instead of constantly giving to corporations. Like, I do think that there is just an argument to be made that as we spend right now, it is primarily to support corporations, and we can choose instead to spend in a way that supports working people.
Let's get it done, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much.
See you, Bernie. Bernie doing good work out there. And I wanted to just like check in with Colorado's greatest newsroom. No Kyle Clark though. Just to kind of link it back to Malat Quiros here.
The Democratic Socialist Malat Quiros' upset win over DeGette in Tuesday's 1st Congressional District primary comes with some looming questions. Will her win be the first domino in a statewide socialist movement? Our Spencer Socher looks into it.
I've always wanted to feel what it's like to say something so fresh and fiery. Someone pounds an air horn. Yeah, that was sweet. But the constant air horns and dancing at Democratic Socialist Malat Quiros' election party Tuesday were for her, young socialist celebrating her upset win and what may come next.
DSA! DSA!
If you were the mayor watching the election results come in the other night, are you sweating?
I think if I'm the mayor, I'm going to be trying to pivot pretty far left.
Democratic political strategist Deep Singh Badeja is a Democratic Socialist of America member and worked on Quiros' campaign. Even after this one and similar wins for DSA members in New York, he's unsure if DSA's next target will be Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's office.
I'm not sure if we have a Zohran Mamdani quite yet. Malat Quiros, to her credit, is an amazing communicator, an amazing speaker, someone who has our values tied there and can really defend them. I think we would need a really, really strong candidate.
It's clear Denver's saying that we're looking for fighters. We're looking for people who are willing to fight, and we agree. I think no one's...
Johnston says Quiros' win does not concern him or prove he needs to make any change, but more a sign that...
I'm not concerned. I don't need to change, says man whose Democratic base is shattering underneath him. I don't need to ride anyone else. I don't need to ride anyone else's coattails into power. I'm already here. Why would I need all of the ground game of these socialists who just unseated someone who's been in Congress for 30 years? Cope.
Denver Democrats were growing impatient with complacency and inaction from 29-year incumbent Diana DeGette.
Oh God, so many people on social media have been crying that this woman got kicked out by a socialist base. And I just have to say, like, I'm sorry, if your number one claim to fame is that you were someone who tried to get Donald Trump impeached, congratulations for clearing the lowest possible bar in Congress. And number one, congrats on that. And number two, did you succeed? Oh, you didn't? Well, okay then. This is not a compelling argument. And the reason she lost is because fundamentally, the folks in her that she is elected to represent, they need results. They don't need well wishes. They need results.
Talk to the same people in the supermarket that Malat talks to and Diana talks to, and I know what they're mad about.
I think it's all about the candidate.
Former progressive Denver City Council member Robin Kanich thinks Tuesday was about
new work you do. You've helped me sharpen my rhetoric and to strengthen my political positions. Best of luck.
Hell yeah. Mino Stash, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Energy, and not all of it was linked to DSA. She thinks for Johnston to be safe, he should look closely at what Quiros promised voters, stopping big corporations from billionaires driving political decisions.
That ability to identify with regular working people isn't going to be achieved with investments in downtown. It's not going to be achieved with, big signature projects. It's going to have to get more down into the daily lives of the people of Denver.
Both Kanich and Badeja think the mayor's office won't be DSA's next priority anyways. In November, there's a special election for an at-large city council member stepping down for health reasons. That council member is a DSA member. They gave the old sports cliche, one game at a time. Figure out who to put up for that race in November, and then after November, DSA could try to go all in on one candidate, if they have one, to go up against Johnston this coming April.
So you were at that election night watch party with the horn and the DJ and all that fun stuff. I mean, the average age there was like 30 years old. Like, she is tapping in to a totally younger group of voters that don't necessarily always participate, especially in a primary election.
Right, and those are the voters that the Democratic Party have been trying to get to show up to elections as well. Again, really, really young crowd, not a lot of...
These are the exact kind of people the Democrats have been trying to recruit for years, and it turns out they fucking hate establishment Democrats. Oh no. This was hugely disappointing. As it turned out, Chuck Schumer was unaware of which people were actually so aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Oh no.
Career politicians that we could see in that crowd. I do think it would be curious to know, we don't have polling on this or data that I know of, but Denver obviously has this reputation as a town where a lot of people have moved, young people move. If those people are now here and are voting in our elections, that's a different electorate, right?
She's going to make an impact, and we'll see what it is. Spencer Socher, thank you.
I love this newsroom. I like the local Denver news. You know, Next 9 News. They do really good work. I know it's weird for me as someone from Minnesota to be weirdly like honed in on Colorado's local news team, but you know what? They're a damn good team. All right. I'm rooting for them. Now, all that being said, I think it's so important to see that these elections, they have huge ramifications both up the ballot and down the ballot. Malat Kiros winning now puts a lot of power and momentum and pressure, power and momentum behind DSA on the local level, but also pressure on already elected officials that can move them to better positions and better policy in a way that, like, I think that ultimately is incredibly beneficial, even if socialists like lose their primary contests. It's putting those in power who've been too complacent for too long, putting them on the back foot and causing them to reevaluate whether or not they can just coast to victory. And I think that's ultimately a good thing, right? Now, all of that being said, I think it's time for us to talk about the other progressive. Okay? And I know that this has been a bit of a long, meandering path for us to get here, but it's time to talk about AOC. Because, my goodness, folks, there has been tea spilled on AOC potentially running for the presidency in 2028. I have been speculating about it quite loudly. I have basically said, there's no one is doing what she's doing unless they are planning to run for president. And our story here starts with this clip, right? This clip from the Michael Knowles show. I'm not going to subject you guys to the entire episode. But here you go.
The leading Democrat for 28. I think it's got to be AOC. I know that's probably conventional wisdom, but well, no, I think the conventional wisdom right now is Newsom. No, I don't buy that. I think he hurt himself with his comment to an audience full of Black Americans that I'm low IQ just like you. Sort of bad in a couple of different ways.
How do you do?
At least 2 major political gaffes produced in a single sentence. The major political gaffes I've had, it's sort of much less efficient than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think all
AOC more than Ossoff, more than any of these other guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's the AOC versus Ossoff thing. I guess the question would be, who do you think really has the power in the Democratic Party? And
Jack, did Gavin say that? Yep. Didn't look great.
If you think the answer is like Wall Street and the left of center business community, then it would be Ossoff. And if you think it's the universities, it would be AOC.
So yeah, people are asking, why is there an RT? It's because this, if I'm being completely honest, when I was trying to find the clip that I was looking for of this specifically so that you guys didn't have to sit through an entire Michael Knowles episode, the link that I found to this particular clip first was from one David Rubin. And very interestingly, Dave Rubin linked to the RT clip that was reposted by RT on their official channel on this, which I find, let me just say that if I was Dave Rubin and I was caught taking money from the Russian government illegally, I might not be quick to link to RT in my attempts to write up different political happenings. That's, I wouldn't do that, but that's how I wound up with this clip and why RT is in the corner, and I do think it's kind of funny, right? Yeah, Dave is really not beating the allegations. So, anyway, you have AOC, right? JD Vance, top contender for 2028, says he believes that the top challenger among the Democrats for 2028 is AOC. And of course, you also have, he's the vice president. You have reporters asking AOC. They're talking with AOC about different things that JD Vance has said. Here's an example.
To Congresswoman Presley's.
Oh God, it's so quiet. Why are you so quiet? Just turn that all the way up.
TPS discharge petition that we saw here in the House. We saw Republicans come out in favor of the Haitian community and their contributions to communities across the country, not just New York and Massachusetts, but Ohio and many other areas of the country. So when it comes to this issue, there's certainly a coalition that's possible, especially in places where the Haitian community, to your point, there have been so many people openly acknowledging how necessary and valued they are. And so, I think there's possibility, but...
Well, like the counter-argument from J.D. Vance is, well, this will bring housing affordability if we kick all these people out. Houses will be cheaper, rent will be cheaper because the demand for that housing will
who's going to be helping repair your home? I can tell you long-term care is going to go up. The cost of long-term care for parents, healthcare is going to rise. Hospital workers. There are a lot of costs that are going to go up by these mass disruptions of our labor market, driven by pretty regressive and non-data backed decisions that are coming out of this White House. Thank you.
Sorry, the wind made it very difficult to hear what was being said. But are we listening to the phone recording? I mean, I don't know what the recording device was in that clip. In that clip. But effectively in that clip, you hear her getting asked about JD Vance and taking away TPS for Haitians in particular, temporary protected status. And what that means is that they will be kicked out of the country, right? And JD Vance tried to argue that this is great news because it will make housing and houses cheaper. And AOC's response, I'll just quote in case you had trouble hearing. Well, who is going to help repair your home? Long-term care is going to go up. Healthcare is going to rise. There are lots of costs that are going to go up because of these mass disruptions of our labor market, driven by these data-free, non-data-backed decisions coming out of this White House, which is true, right? And we've gone over this, but like so many people in the care industry, whether it's medical care or elder care or child care, so many of the people in these industries are immigrants. And when you go after this labor base, it does mean that someone's grandma, someone's grandpa isn't going to get the care that they need. It does mean that there are capacity is going to go down, especially as need continues to go up for assisted living facilities, for nursing homes, for child care facilities. And that's going to have a whole host of externalities. And beyond that, it's just morally terrible. It corrupts your soul to actually see people supporting this cruelty, this wanton cruelty that's based on lies. And so she's getting asked these questions, and I want to direct your attention to this part in particular. When she is asked about 2028.
J.D. Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that? I mean, I hope he is. That's what I'll say. But he's a Republican nominee? Yeah.
Guys, that smile, dog. That shit-eating grin says it all. Exactly. She could not have announced more clearly if she had gotten on a podium and screamed it to the world. The fact that she gets asked about that, and she's clearly taken aback, because that was a real smile, right? She was not expecting that question, and she let through actual emotion, and that was real. And then she realized that she had made the face and she couldn't confirm or deny, but the fact that she then responds, I hope he is. Oh baby, she's running and she wants a piece of JD Vance. She wants to serve up his ass to America. I want to watch it again. Take a look. It's
J.D. Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. I mean, I hope he is. That's what I'll say. But he's a Republican nominee?
Yeah. Oh, God. Look at that. Look at that. So, guys, I want you to put together what we now know. Bernie Sanders is out there in front of everyone saying, yeah, this is the time. This is the time for the revolutionary spirit of a socialist movement in America that centers working class people. He name checks all the different campaigns.
It's a real dig, AJD. She's implying she can beat him without doubt.
Absolutely it is. And she's correct. JD Vance is literally one of the most awkward, unlikable men on the planet. It's crazy. Guys, it's been what, 3 years? And I still, when I think about JD Vance, I think about him not being able to talk to people in a donut shop. I think about this clip.
Oh, look! It's Couch Fucker! You gonna fuck a couch, buddy? Right here. Do not go past streets! This is Vice President. Go fuck a couch! Go fuck a couch, JD Vance! Go fuck a couch!
The punchline of this entire thing is walking into the Shake Shack. But the fact that it's been years and we know him indelibly as the couch fucking the couch fucker. I almost said the couch fucking president, but he's not, vice president. But I think about him as the couch fucker. I think about him as a guy who's so alien to normal human interaction that he cannot, for the life of him, order donuts like an actual human being. And he's just like, guys, do you remember just last week? Oh my lord. Here. Just look at him interact with his wife real quick. If I can find the video.
That's not the donut clip, lol. I want to see the one where he struggles to order a donut.
That's not the donut clip. I'm not going to get the donut clip because it's longer and I don't want to spend the time, but who can forget this?
That's right. Today's special reader is my husband, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Thanks for joining us today, honey.
Of course. Good to see you.
That's his wife. Guys, you can't tell me that guy has the juice to be president. I refuse.
Also hand on leg there, honey.
Like, dog, that's a crazy lack of riz. That's a crazy lack of chemistry to have with your wife. And all I gotta say is that, yeah, I'm not surprised that AOC sees this man and says, oh, I can beat the stuffing out of this clown. Right? God. Incredible stuff. But yeah, I do think that AOC gonna be running. AOC gonna be running, baby. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that this shit-eating grin. I mean, you know. Stop. Like, girl is running. Girl is gonna be the first woman president. She's running. And guys, if we're getting started off with a strong socialist foot forward here right now in 2026, yo, let's give DSA another couple years to cook.
He's more attracted to the furniture she's sitting on than his own wife.
I mean, that's true. That's just facts, Nathan. But like, that's the thing, guys. 2 more years from now, people aren't going to be doing better. Like, Donald Trump's policies are going to continue taking their toll. People are going to be pissed. Is she even 35? Yep. Guys, she's going to run. I think she's going to run. Like, I don't know. Like, I know that there's a bunch of arguments for why she should wait. But like, that is the shit-eating grin of somebody who's running. So, all that being said, folks, if we get a socialist president, if we get a socialist contingent in Congress, if we get a proliferation of socialist leadership on the local level across the country, whoo! There is like a paradigm shift. This is going to be the closest we've ever come to getting a socialist in power in America in a significant way. Like, I've been telling you guys, I know that like the conventional wisdom is she should run against Chuck Schumer. But like, oh, guys.
Can't wait for AOC to open up the Strait of Hormuz in 2029.
Yeah, bring our boys home. All right, bring our boys home, AOC. Kirknay, thank you for the $10 super chat.
We're already staring down the barrel of the worst wheat harvest in 150 years of U.S. agriculture.
Yep.
It's gonna be bad for Trump in 2 more years.
Yeah, the Super El Nino is not going to help things in the short term here. But goddamn, like, if we get a socialist in the White House, literally anything is possible. Literally, like, our opportunity window, like the Overton window, has shifted so far that we are going to be able to talk. We are going to be able to talk about like reforming the court. and nullification rules for the Roberts Court. Like we're gonna be able to do so much. We could get Medicaid for all. We could get all this shit. And having that access to the bully pulpit in Congress, in both houses of Congress, or the House and the Senate, rather, and in the presidency and in Zohran Mamdani, like the socialist push is going to be real. Like, yo, if Mexico can do it, we can get a woman elected in America. I believe. I believe. I mean, running for Chuck Schumer's seat does make the most logical sense.
Not to mention ringworm is gonna asterisk
Screw worm.
beef prices, immigrant deportations are screwing the general economy. Trump is failing so bad.
Yeah, screw worm is gonna screw all of us. But all that being said, like I do think while it makes more sense for her to run against Chuck Schumer, or the conventional wisdom is that it makes more sense, there's no one else in the field right now as comparably pro-working class as AOC. There just isn't. You know, we have a lot of folks who I think mean well, but aren't willing to go far enough for the kind of transformative change that we need to see for things to be set right in America. We cannot afford another Joe Biden pro-status quo presidency. We can't do it. We can't do it. Like, this is the window open to her right now, and I think if she takes advantage of it, she has one of the best shots in the past century of getting a socialist elected. So, all that being said, folks, look, I don't think American exceptionalism means that we are exceptional and that we're the only nation on earth that can't elect a woman. I don't believe in that. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know if you are convinced by that smile, because goddamn, I'm convinced by that smile. All right? And folks, I would also very much, for obvious reasons related to this entire thing, please join your local Dems, join your local DSA. All right? I believe that these are our most effective vehicles going into 2026 and 2028 for real political change, and I think that we need to take advantage of that window while we can. We are at a moment of crisis. That crisis is only going to intensify as we go forward. We need to be able to set things right.
If we can't afford another Biden, and I agree, given the choice of Vance or Newsom, I would vote for Vance.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid. No. Just, how about instead of being forced to do a stupid choice, let's just get a good person elected instead. A good person nominated. No, like, no. Bro. Anyway. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Make your local Dems more pro-working class, kick out those corporate Dems, and folks, make your DSA more effective. Now is the time to get involved and make your DSA even more effective than it is right now, all right? And last but not least, folks, you need help doing that. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And last but not least, for real this time, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
Nah, I am saying better of the two options is dead. It's socialism or bust at this point. Pro AOC.
I mean, I do agree with you that like the only way out of this is going to be like a socialist candidate. You know, I do think that like the folks on the left are the only folks with the vision to bring the party forward. Keep in mind the 2027 DSA convention is going to be critical on getting AOC a DSA nod. DSA chapters choose delegates early in the year. Get involved now so you can go to the DSA convention in 2027 and vote smart. Vote S-smart.
Where does Usha sit while JD gets it on with the cuck chair?
I don't think Usha's involved at all. I think she goes elsewhere. Like I think she's busy having an affair with somebody better than JD Vance, you know? All right. Also, Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And folks, if you're enjoying the show so far, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and also consider supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your financial support. You guys are the wind beneath my wings. I know that wasn't the right tune. That's fine. Click the goddamn button.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button.
Bye, Billy. The show's not done yet.
Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button.
Lorexio, thank you for being a member.
Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click, click, click the button. Click, click, click the button.
See you, Billy. Hope to see you again.
Click, click, click the button. 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 Click, click, click the button.
Is DSA relatively anonymous? I should join and be a grunt on the back end. I mean, DSA isn't anonymous insofar as like people you do sign up for it and pay dues for it, etc. But like if you are interested in just being like someone who does graphic design for DSA or, you know, do other things for DSA and don't want like recognition.
Thanks for sharing that clip.
Like, yeah.
Little bit of light as we watch an abomination lead the country on the 250th.
You are very welcome, Green 310 Sue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And thank you for supporting the show. Got some BWA energy here, folks. Can you link the Union Station heckler video? Yeah, here you go. Wait, no, that's not it. Yeah, here we go. Got it. Sweet. I'll see if I can join. Yes, we got one. All right. Also, Quasi-Spec, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. And for being subscribed for 60 months. My God. If AOC runs for president, she's going to mop the floor with like anyone that the Republicans can field. There's really no one that I'm worried about running as a Republican
outside
of Tucker
Have you seen or about
Carlson.
the stage at the 250 falling apart, nearly killing somebody?
No, I haven't. I feel like I've talked too much about the stage already. It's just been a cavalcade of awful shit. Also, folks, if you do join your local DSA, reach out to Gamergy, and you can be added to the Signal chat for coordinating the Riverbud Jack Shimp Caucus within DSA. I find it fun. I find it funny to remember that exists, and also that it's growing bigger all the time. Growing bigger all the time. The DSA Shimp Caucus, indeed. All right. Now, folks, are you guys ready to experience politics as it was truly meant to be? So, folks, I have the distinct pleasure tonight of being able to tell you guys that Patrick Bet-David of the PBD podcast, that's right, fine Italian shoe leather manufacturer Patrick Bet-David, hosted the Florida GOP gubernatorial debate. For some reason.
Growing bigger like my pennants.
Will we be value-tained? I don't know, but I fully expect this to be a train wreck. All right, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's dive into this. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this. This might be a multi-part endeavor. All right, take a look, folks. We got the Patrick Bet-David studio. Clearly they aren't in the bank vault anymore. And by the way, in case you're wondering, hey, so this is the gubernatorial debate, right? Where the GOP candidates for governor are? Hey, isn't Ron DeSantis like one of the most evil men to ever come out of America? And yes. And if you might be thinking to yourself, hey, does that mean that all of these people are also vying to be one of the most evil people to ever exist in America? The answer would be also yes. Remember, we talked about James Fishback like a few days ago, actually, at the time of recording this, and James Fishback has relationships with like actual Nazis. It's crazy. But let's dive into this. I love that this already looks like a top-notch debate. I love it. You can tell it's a top-notch debate because each one of these people has a little chair seated behind their podium in case they want to sit during this debate. And like every real moderated debate should, Patrick Bet-David has lined up his merchandise hats in order to sell cheap, shitty podcast merch. The ideal, the platonic ideal of political debate.
Well, that person's not going to show up. I applaud all three of them for keeping their word. Please make some noise for the candidates for showing up. All right, so let's get right into it, gentlemen.
Fucker, I might be misremembering.
No. The Beaver guy was from Minnesota. And now I have to show that clip, otherwise everyone gets really weird. Here we go.
We can't eat beaver. That's just ridiculous. I think maybe it got overlooked. I don't know what happened there. What are we talking about? We're talking about the legalities of eating beaver. That's just ridiculous. So I eat beaver. It's fine. No one's going to get in trouble for doing it. I don't know why this is in the bill.
It's so good. He's just like me for real.
Each of you get a 90-second opening statement. Paul, we'll start off with you, please.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening. And Patrick, thank you for hosting this debate so voters have a chance to make an informed decision in this election. I want to recognize my wife who's in the audience, Adriana. We are the proud parents of a 6-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old son. And I got to tell you, being a parent of young children is perfect preparation for dealing with some of the politicians over in Tallahassee. And also, I want to thank everyone who's listening tonight, and I look forward to...
Also, can I just say it's shocking to me that he has a 6-year-old son, because I keep thinking that he looks like he's 100 years old. He look like I know that might be unfair of me. I don't mean it in a mean way. Like he looks old as fuck.
Earning your vote. As Florida goes, so goes the nation, and we need a governor who is a battle-tested leader. At age 23, I was a young officer navigating through mine-infested waters, and I led a small boat team to destroy those mines. 20 years later, as a commander in the Navy, I led a team to stop foreign fighters from coming into Afghanistan to kill Americans. I was also tested back here at home as a state prosecutor trying habitual and violent habitual offenders to protect our communities. I've started my own business, been a partner in another business, and most recently led the Florida House as Speaker. Voters want a proven leader who can deliver results. Governor DeSantis described those 2 years that I led as unmatched. And when I led the Florida House, conservatives won every battle. But Florida has new challenges ahead, and we need a governor who can navigate them. That's why I've announced a bold contract with Florida, an aggressive conservative agenda in the first 100 days. As your governor, I will.
I love conservatives, man. Like hell yeah, brother. We the voters, we love contracts. Hell yeah.
Make Florida affordable. I will keep it safe. I will protect our environment and keep our state free.
What is DeSantis doing? His last act as governor is apparently to try and end the property tax, which, if you know anything about property taxes, you know that they pay for basically all the shit. Like your schools, everything. Like ending the property tax is insane.
If you want to strengthen the state of Florida, the free state of Florida, you need the proven leader who helped build it. So tonight, I ask for your vote to lead this wonderful state as your next governor.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Thank you. Jay Collins.
Well, good evening. And of course, I want to say thank you to Layla and my son Gabe. Great to see you here. Love you guys. And thank you, Patrick, for hosting us. It's incredibly kind of you to open up.
Why did he say that like he wasn't expecting them to be there? Great to see you both here tonight. Were they not going to be here?
Your channel like this, it means the world. Guys, this race is about leadership. It's about leadership under pressure. It's about the future of the great free state of Florida. We have been blessed to have Governor Ron DeSantis as our governor for quite some time now. In that time, he has stood boldly with strong, bold, conservative leadership. This simply cannot change. Under his watch, we have become the free state of Florida. We have become the conservative proving grounds of the United States of America. And friends, if you look around the world, there is nowhere else to go. The simple fact is this.
Florida, the last bastion of Western civilization, of course! Who would have thought it would come down to this? Fighting side by side. Those from Jacksonville and those from Miami, brothers in arms against the fall of the West. Like, what, bro? Bro, are you okay? Have you been drinking the swamp water again?
When Florida leads, America wins. We have to keep that momentum. He has shown what conservative leadership is truly about. Friends, the next governor has to hold that line. There's no falling back. The left?
Can I just say, like, it's insane. Conservatives are just insane. Like, everything is falling. Bro, MAGA literally controls the White House and Congress right now, and you control all of, like, Florida's politics. You're like, we're losing. We can't do it. It's impossible. It's like, dog, if you're losing right now with all of the cards in your favor, you do not deserve to have a functional political system. Like, you've been handed all of the keys of power, and you're just like, I don't know, dog, we just can't open those doors. They're impossible. It's like, dog, it's a push you're trying to pull.
What do they want to see? They want to see the free state of Florida devolve. They want to see it break down. and be soft on crime, soft on DEI, and go back to where we came. That simply cannot happen. You've heard my story. Yes, I was honored to be a Green Beret for many years. It's something I'm incredibly proud of. Brave men who I served beside and I look up to this day. Yes, I got shot. Yes, I lost a leg. And yes, I requalified. But the greatest part of all of that is that I kept getting up, fighting, and serving the great state of Florida, the United States of America, because that is what grit, that is what leadership is, and that is what makes this nation what it is. Friends, I cannot be intimidated. I will not be broken. And under my watch, as the next governor of the great state of Florida, the brightest days won't be behind us. They'll be ahead of us, because this state and this nation are worth fighting for every single day.
Thank you, Jay.
And you know that I will not break, because I've only broken at 2 points in my life. One at the passing of my father, and the other time when I watched The Notebook.
And conservatives are so victimized that this resonates with them despite reality.
I mean, it's true, right? Like, we literally have someone in chat right now who is like talking about how, oh, I'm one of the crazy ones when you, a trans woman, is talking. And it's just like, yeah, you're one of the crazy ones. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, please educate yourself. I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm ripping my hair out.
And folks, if you're watching this, if you're following the debate and you put in commentary, our team will be watching as well. Follow the hashtag VTDebate on Twitter. Again, VTDebate on Twitter. James Fishback, please.
Well, Patrick, thank you so much for hosting this. Thank you to my wife, Valeria.
Wow. Okay, so I guess I've never seen James Fishback outside of his campaign videos. He's got a weird shaped head. Like, I'm not imagining it, right?
On Twitter. James Fishback, please.
Well, Patrick, thank you so much for hosting.
Like, I don't know if it's his haircut. It looks like he has a cone head. Am I alone? Is he actually part fish?
This. Thank you to my wife, Valeria, for being here.
That's a fish in a human suit.
Here. Thank you for your 23 years of service to the United States Army.
Wait a minute. Has anyone ever checked his back?
Thank you, Paul, for being here and your 20 years of service to the United States Navy. To the viewers at home, thank you for tuning in to tonight's important debate. Let me start by getting one thing off my chest. If Ron DeSantis could run for a third term as governor, I would not be in this race, because Ron DeSantis is the greatest governor in Florida history.
Jesus.
When teachers went woke, he fired them. When Soros prosecutors went soft, he removed them. And when Anthony Fauci and Joe Biden tried to shut us down, mask us up, what did Ron DeSantis?
Dog, he's going for it. This is, guys, you don't understand. This is the conservative equivalent of going for a touchdown. All right? He's listing every single conspiracy. Every single one. We got Soros. We got woke DEI teachers. We got all of the things, guys. He's got COVID on here. Like, God, he's going for it. All while, like, just oily, like, and obsequiously, like, kowtowing to Ron DeSantis of all people. He's griping for it.
DeSantis do? He stood and fought for our freedoms. As the 8 years close on this incredible man's legacy, there are a new set of challenges on the horizon. Experimental data centers, sky-high property tax and property insurance, and most importantly, the education and future of the next generation. I am in this race to do two things: to preserve Governor DeSantis' extraordinary legacy and to fight to make our state more affordable.
Guys, he's literally like the Peepo egg emote we have in site chat. But he unironically, and Ron DeSantis is his egg, his precious, precious egg.
July 4th will be a special one because 250 years ago, brave men stood up and said enough was enough. Let's honor them. Let's write the next great chapter of American history right here in Florida.
Beautiful. Okay, thank you for that. If each of you can take 60 seconds and share with the audience, with the voter here, what the top 3 issues are for you in the order from third to first, which
I
the
want
top
them
3
to bring
most
up DeSantis' history in drag.
I want them all to put on drag too and present history. That'd be great.
important issues are to you. Jay, I'll come to you first.
Look, as I've traveled around the state, I have been from big city to small town, and the number one thing that comes to our ears is affordability. It's about the economy. Number 2 is about safety and security. And the last thing is education, because the simple fact is this: what we teach our children today is the reality of our state and our nation tomorrow. We can't afford to fail on those 3 things.
Those were your 3? Okay, beautiful. Paul?
Oh no, Patrick, yeah, that when he said those are my 3 things, yeah, that was 3 things after he said that. Come on, Patrick, are you so tuned out you couldn't count to 3? No.
Well, I would also echo affordability. If I go and speak to a pastor's breakfast, they want to talk about affordability, a homeschool mom's affordability everywhere you go. And we have become a victim of our own success with prices going up, with everybody moving into the state. That's number 1. I would also say we have to fight public corruption and enforce public safety. We see what's happening in blue states across the country, and it's unacceptable. We have been an oasis of safety when it comes to our public safety here in the state of Florida. And finally is preserving our constitutional rights and freedom. We are the free state of Florida. We need to not only protect it, but also strengthen it.
Okay, James, how about yourself?
Fishback
The 3
looks
issues
like
for
his
me that
mom
are
does
most
his hair with a Flowbee. If you're old enough to remember those.
I don't remember them. I didn't really learn about taking care of hair until I was older, you know?
Important are this. Number 1, Ron DeSantis gave us a 50-year low in crime, and it wasn't by accident. Crime's down, prosecutions are up, because
guys, I look, it makes a lot of sense when you realize that Patrick Bet-David doesn't have his numbers guy there. You know, usually on his show he has a number guy who, you know, the facts and figures man, who's very bad at his job, but he's the guy that Patrick Bet-David has offloaded all of the numbers thinking to, and he's not there. Really, you're all being ableist right now for criticizing his lack of being able to count to 3.
Ron DeSantis did the radical thing that CNN and MSDNC won't talk about, is we're going to back the blue every step of the way. That's the first thing. Number 2, we have a real problem with these so-called experimental data centers. I'm sorry, we are not going to build a 2 million square foot facility in our neighborhood that Mark Zuckerberg is going to use to become a trillionaire. The same exact experiment.
Unlike Elon Musk, who's a very good trillionaire.
Data center that will drive up your electric bills, jeopardize our water supply. And
wait, I'm sorry, did he say Mark Zuckerberg?
Zuckerberg is going to 2 million square foot facility in our neighborhood that Mark Zuckerberg is going to use to become a trillionaire. The same exact experimental data center that will
Oh fuck. God, this guy's so funny. Like, he's vile and evil beyond reason.
How Fishback cuts his hair.
He's evil as fuck, but like, oh my god, this is funny. Holy shit. Also, Coder Joe, what is this? Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Every day, people are discovering just how fun and easy it is to get a precision layered haircut right in the convenience of their own home with the incredible Flowbee Precision Haircutting System.
I love it. Thank you.
drive up your electric bills, jeopardize our water supply, and is so loud and noisy that you will hear it 24 hours a day.
You're spouting violent rhetoric. Am I? Is me laughing at this man so hard? Is it violent? I guess technically it could be considered violence because, you know, maybe someone might accidentally stumble across this video in the future and laugh so hard that their ribs snap and one of them gets flexed into their heart or something. You're right. If that's what we're talking about, then I guess maybe I'm too funny. I'm violently hilarious.
7 days a week, 365 days.
Laughing loudly is also a sin. Oh God, I still can't get over finding out my dad actually was taken out of gym class because they were learning how to dance, and his parents thought that that was sinful. Still getting over the fact that my dad literally grew up in the religion from Footloose.
A year. I want to be clear. I am not going to regulate data centers. I am not going to reform data centers. As governor, I will reject and remove every experimental data center in our state.
Okay, and we're going to address that as well.
Calling him evil. You know, that's so interesting because that says so much more about where your head is at than it does about where I am or most people.
Well, I got, that was just two.
Go for it.
Here's the last one.
Oh no, if you call someone a bad person, you're calling for violence because you must want to hurt evil people. Like, dog, I don't want to hurt anybody. That's all you. You're bringing that into the conversation.
The last one, you don't need a history book. You don't need a time machine. The last one is happening right now. There is a movement in our country that calls themselves democratic socialists, but let's call them what they really are. They are communists.
You know, look, it's complicated because I call myself a socialist largely, and I do believe in democracy. Largely, I call myself socialist because I believe in democracy, and I think we should add democracy to our workplaces. But without me getting into that whole aspect of things, worth pointing out here that communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, and that's going to take a lot of long-term changes. And in fact, as a socialist who largely agrees with the concept of communism, socialism is when the economy is primarily owned and driven by the working class, i.e. the workers, not the state, not different formulations of private ownership, but the workers who work at the place. They all collectively own it. We have that type of structure right now, by the way. It's called the Democratic Worker Co-op. And without getting too in the weeds here, that's just one step. That is effectively creating a more egalitarian and free and democratic society. But that is still a society where there's a state. There are still going to be class distinctions, albeit lessened by the distribution of power. And also, you're still going to have money. So, insofar as like in the short term, I call myself a socialist. This is the work that's going to take a lifetime.
They always say communism bad, but never explain how or why it's bad.
Well, because it's just a shorthand way for them to say evil. That's it. It's just drawing on Red Scare shit. But they don't actually know what communism is, which is why they never talk about it in detail. They don't want people to know what it is. So, anyway, it will be the work of my lifetime to get us to adopt a new economic system. I have no illusions about that. But the idea of like the state, or the idea of money disappearing, or the idea of all class notions disappearing, these are the works of not just one lifetime, but many. And, if I were to put an estimate on it, I would say that project would take, it took a few thousand years for us to develop a form of capitalism, which, by the way, even Marx admitted was an improvement on feudalism. And I suspect it will take us quite some time, perhaps a few thousand years, to grow beyond capitalism and socialism. But I do expect that we will continue to grow and learn as we do so, because that's kind of human nature. We're curious, and we always seek to make things better. But, this is the thing, right? What I've been talking about, if we return to electoral politics for a moment, like, you can't be a centrist Democrat anymore, because they're going to call you a communist anyway. they're going to call you a socialist anyway. And at a certain point, you have to be willing to say, yeah, I do support working class people. Yeah, I do support policies that make working class people richer. And I do support pro working class policies that make working people have more time, be able to spend more time with their kids, be able to get health care. Like, yeah, all right, we'll accept the label if that's what you want it to mean now. We're going to make it mean good things. Congrats, James Fishbag. You are directly basically a walking lesson in why centrist Dems should cease to exist and move farther left.
The mayor of New York is telling people who are sweating during the worst heat wave, telling kids and our senior citizens that they dare not touch the thermostat. We will never forget what communism really is. Our neighbors in Cuba know that.
Wait a minute.
Mayor Mamdani says it's really important to conserve energy. He called for New Yorkers to set their thermostats at 78 degrees and did the same thing at Gracie Mansion. The mayor responded to criticism by some on social media, taking him to task, saying 78 was too high. Political reporter Marsha Kramer asked him about it.
Are you sticking with 78 degrees?
I am, and I'm sticking with it because this is a long-standing city policy through multiple administrations. We're also following the guidance of the U.S. Department of Energy. I myself set my thermostat to 78 degrees. Let me tell you, 78 hits different when you're looking at 112 outside.
Mayor Mamdani says...
Oh, so it's just following recommendations to preserve the power grid and make sure that, like, you know, people don't lose power. Because hey, what happens if an entire section of New York City suddenly loses power? I can't seem to think what exactly would happen to the places inside these buildings that no longer have air conditioning if the power grid goes out. Oh yeah, it gets a lot hotter than 78, don't it? Weird.
And we must fight the wickedness of communism, no matter what the Democrats call it today.
Whoa. If me calling this guy evil was incitement to violence, I guess this guy's inciting a bunch of people to be violent against all Democrats. That's crazy.
And for the audience, if you're watching, the temperature here are 68 degrees. That's where we have the AC, just to make sure we're going to be fine. So since affordability was number one for all of you, let's get right into affordability. And we're going to have some fun here as well. We're going to have some items that are going to come up. We're going to play a game to see who knows more.
Yeah, I wonder which place has an infrastructure that is more set to accommodate massive heat waves. Maybe Florida or New York City. I wonder which place has a power grid and infrastructure specifically made to accommodate large-scale heat waves. It's a mystery. We'll never be able to crack it.
About affordability than the other. It'll be a little bit entertaining, and we'll address some important issues. But let's start off with affordability. And James, I'll come to you first here. Let's talk about homeowners insurance, which is a big issue. Between 2020 and 2024, more than 12 insurance companies cut back coverage in Florida or left completely, including State Farm, Allstate, Farmers, and Progressive. Now Florida has the highest property insurance rates in America. As governor, what specific immediate steps will you take to lower insurance rates?
God, it's crazy to me. Can I just say, we've covered Patrick Bet-David for a while here now. Recently, he did a show where they heavily focused on how climate change wasn't real. And he's not going to recognize climate change, but like genuinely the reason Florida has some of the highest property insurance rates in the country is because of sea level rising. It's because of climate change. Oh my God. I'm dying, man.
Are Cheds going to intentionally lower their AC, or obsess it about it, as the new method to pwn the libs? A la all the steak pictures on Insta after the Green New Deal was first published?
God, no, it's going to be stupider than that. It's going to be like, they have to destroy something, right? Like it has to be like a symbolic act of violence. They're gonna like what they did with like their blenders or their like Nike shoes or whatever after Colin Kaepernick. Yo, I love your shirt. My father invented the thermal heating system for the Space Shuttle Columbia. The tiles have been used on all of them. That's wonderful. I love the Space Shuttle. I think it's one of the coolest technological innovations human beings have ever made. Also, Paladin Lost, thank you for the $10 dono. Thank you for helping to keep this channel going. Appreciate you.
Rates and make housing affordable again?
Patrick, it's a great question. And it's one that we have
They just start smashing their air conditioners. I mean, it's plausible, unfortunately.
to fight with a very simple idea called capitalism. If you're the only Dairy Queen in the middle of a desert, you can charge whatever you want for soft serve. What we have to do is bring in a Baskin Robbins, bring in a Carvel, bring in a Cold Stone. You might even
Why would you do that though? Just out of curiosity, in this scenario, why would you build a bunch of ice cream stores in the middle of a desert where no one's around? Like, I understand the point he's trying to make is that you want to facilitate competition, and I get that. But it just seems to me that this is like maybe that there's a flaw in this model where, you know, the main problem here would be building in the middle of a desert, and you need actually a lot of other support services around that one building in order to make it a livable and desirable destination for people to go. And that requires not just a bunch of competing ice cream stores, but in fact like a bunch of
Silly
different
Jack, global
things.
warming is hot and ice cream cold. Adore.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
even bring in a McDonald's, Jay, if the ice cream machine were working that day. What does that competition do? It brings down prices. The fact that 12 insurance companies have cut
Or it causes a bunch of companies to collude and then pay off Republican politicians so that their monopoly doesn't get broken.
or left the state entirely is exactly why insurance rates have gone up. As a business guy,
Why are there so many transgender people? There aren't. You're just choosing to seek trans people out. Don't know what to tell you.
going to call those CEOs myself and ask them, what is it going to take for you to come back to our state? How can we reform these laws? But here's the thing. Insurance doesn't just come down to price. It also comes down to coverage. For the Florida families who went through Michael in 2018, Irma in 2017, or Wilma in 2005, know this. When a hurricane hits, you will not have to hunt down and recruit a lawyer to get paid from your insurance company. I will stand up to insurance greed in our state.
Paul, how about yourself?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I have some unique receipts on this issue because as soon as I became speaker, we went into special session to take two special interests, the billboard lawyers who are driving up rates as a litigation hellhole in Florida, as well as the insurers, and we said, let's focus on the consumers. And by doing that, we saw auto rates go up 30% before I was speaker. And since then, auto rates are going down.
Oh, goddamn, Paladin, thank you for the 20 tier 1
Jack,
subs.
You're not thinking like a capitalist. Antarctica is an emerging market, and they need a DQ and a Carvel. It's why I'm Kevin O'Leary and you're not.
Oh, damn, you're right. You know what? We should float out a Dairy Queen into the middle of the Pacific Ocean and like then just sink it so that it is waiting at the bottom of the Mariana Trench to serve all the people down there. And you know what? After we've done that, we need to drop several more into the Mariana Trench to make sure that there's enough competition going on down there. All right? It's the only way to lower prices. Also, goddamn, Paladin Lost, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Putting this stream on your powerful shoulders.
Down in one state in America, that's this state, Now, homeowners insurance is a little bit more stubborn, but we have seen dozens of new insurers come into the market when before those reforms, they were going out of business, dropping coverage. But here's what we can do. We can make sure to eliminate and suspend the tax on homeowners premiums. We can end the rapid cash, what's called the rapid cash buildup, which was done at a time when our catastrophic fund was broke. Suspend that for a while and also allow that CAT fund to come down and handle smaller.
I was literally just thinking about having Jim Water talk about how much he could charge for a bottle of water in the middle of the Pacific, and you beat me so to it.
Oh, well, Paladin Lost, thank you for the $5 dono, and of course, give your kind regards to friend of the show, Jim Water, CEO of Water, CEO of Big Water, and hopefully we see him around again soon.
Storms than what they're handling right now. All three of those and some other reforms we can make will lower the premiums by up to 20%, and we'll do that in the first 100 days as part of my contract with Florida.
Fantastic. Make some noise. Thank you, Paul.
I'm waiting for one of them to pledge to make the world hotter for some reason. Like, I'm waiting for one of them to pledge to actively do something to make their
for the
crisis
Strait of
worse.
Hormuz.
It would really cool things off.
Jay, how about yourself?
All right, thanks, Patrick. Look, you've heard similar answers here, and it's very simple. Under Governor Ron DeSantis, we have fixed this problem, and we continue to work towards it. Look, at one point, we were down to one insurance company. It was very, very tough. Many of us worked day and night trying to figure this out, move it forward, and bring more insurance companies in here. Yes, we spoke to CEOs. Yes, we spoke to economists. And yes, we pushed everybody. The number one thing that drove that was rolling back tort reform. Guys, what we did with tort made a huge difference. The number one thing you can't do is fall back. We cannot cede ground to the trial bar. It can never happen on that. Not now, not ever. The rates will skyrocket. We have to make sure that we look at things like permitting and impact.
Oh yeah, Tonight with Kyle. I think Jordan Peterson was floating that idea for a while, that like more CO2 in the atmosphere was good for plants, and thus, like, how could it possibly be bad? It's so silly.
Fees. Right now, those are things that we can actually solve on the ground. The cost of permitting is built back into the cost that goes back to the person. It's not just the fee, it's the carrying cost. And it's magnified because it drives up our insurance. But it's incredibly dangerous when coupled with that FEMA 50% rule, where homes are being lost, when homes are being torn down. And the last thing is this. We understand that we have hurricanes. We understand that there are problems in this state. And that's why we have been leading the nation on property tax reform. And in our administration, we have done that. The language in front of us will bring back property tax relief to our people. We have to make sure we put money in people's pockets. We continue to fight to drive those costs down. And yes, we're going to hold insurance companies liable. We're going to hold attorneys responsible. And we're going to make sure we prioritize the welfare of our people over everybody else.
Jay, question for you in regards to, what we can learn from California, because a lot of insurance companies also left the state of California. Florida and California, this is one thing we have in common, both states. What do you do? Because insurance companies have to also make a profit. Mm-hmm. How do you make it profitable for them to come into the state, at the same time keeping it affordable for families?
Oh, God. Guys, do you think he knows? Guys, do you think he knows? You can't unless there's a state program to run it at the taxpayer's expense. But, like, they can't answer that because companies aren't just out of the goodness of their hearts going to offer lower prices to poor people. Eventually, it's just going to be that insurance companies don't offer insurance to people who aren't rich enough to pay, right? Like, that's what's happening right now, which is why a lot of people are not able to stay in their homes because the insurance has gotten so expensive, right? And like, that means it would be less it wouldn't make these companies a profit to extend insurance to the poor people. So either you're subsidizing the company and the company is making even more money, or you have a state level program, you know?
Well, I'll tell you, Patrick, look, we love the free market, right? I'm certainly not allergic to money, nor should anybody here on this stage or in this audience be. You got to really take hold of the crime and the fraud that's going on in the community. We actually have very strong laws. We've worked diligently, but you've got to go take care of that. Right now, roofing.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Fraud, window fraud, windshield fraud on cars, those things are.
Oh, guys, it's not expensive because of global warming. It's not expensive because the storms have been getting stronger and the sea levels have been rising and more damage is being done to homes on the land. It's not because of any of that. It's because people are defrauding the poor, defenseless insurance companies. That's why the prices have gone up so much for all the average folks owning homes. Honestly, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. God.
Driving rates up, and that cost gets passed on back to the people. We got to make sure we take care of that. And ultimately, when you do that, that's going to make the cost go down. Their profits will be there.
Yeah, there's just so much waste, fraud, and abuse within the private insurance system by, working class folks who are trying to defraud it and not, worsening storms everywhere, more damage being done, bigger, I don't know. It's almost like we're not in the middle of a historic heat wave right now. It's almost like we're not facing down a super El Nino year. All right.
And ultimately, it's going to make sure people have more money in their pockets long term. That's just one of many things.
I think
this will, by the way, what he means by people, he's talking about the insurance companies.
Please go ahead, James.
Well, I think Jay is exactly right, that there is a fraud problem in this state, that when someone cheats their insurance company, especially illegal.
What is the government going to do to stop insurance fraud? That's a great question. And, I think you heard the extent of their plan, which is to just look harder for it. Look harder for all of the assumed fraud that's going on, of course.
Aliens in our state, when they cheat their insurance company after a storm, the insurance company does not pay that fraudulent claim. They pay it and then they charge the rest of us. And so it's not a coincidence, Patrick, that we have the highest insurance rates in the nation while also having the highest fraud rates in the nation. That's why my running mate, Florida's Lieutenant Governor, is a cop who has gone after white-collar crime right here in Florida. We are going to throw the book at anyone and everyone, especially illegal aliens who commit insurance fraud, prosecute them, invite the insurance companies back in, they'll make a good profit, and we can bring down the premiums and save money for Floridians.
Paul, do you have any other angle yourself? Any unique angle yourself?
I didn't hear you, Patrick.
Is there any unique angle you have yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, I have the receipts because the reforms we did were as soon as I became Speaker of the House to get rid of those jackpot.
Of course, they're like, there's tons of waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's all being done by undocumented people. It's just like, God damn, you guys are stupid.
Verdicts. So when a handful of lawyers get rich at your expense, that's spread across everyone who pays insurance policies, and we ended that litigation abuse when I was Speaker. Another program that we need to talk about is the My Safe Florida Home program, which we funded at hundreds of millions of dollars. It gives up to $10,000 in grants for people to harden their homes, new doors, windows, roof tie downs, etc. and it saves as much as $1,000 in premiums. And so these are practical steps that we can take that allow for insurers to come into the market, and that's exactly what's happening. We're seeing the benefits of that 3 years on. Now, the plaintiffs' lawyers, as soon as we passed the bill and before the governor signed it, went out and filed almost 300,000 new lawsuits under the old rules. And so it's like the big egg moving through the snake, and we have to wait for that egg to move through before we see those new rules fully take effect. So the good news.
Okay, so eggs are lawsuits, but then how much is goose?
I am sorry, are immigrants a significant portion of homeowners? And secondly, is there any proof of this so-called fraud? Also, when I signed up for insurance, I needed my social security number.
Their evidence is trust me, bro. Their evidence is just trust me, bro. The only way the cost could be so high is that there's somebody defrauding it, right?
News is, even though we're several years on from those reforms in 2022 and the end of 2022, we're still seeing benefit to consumers.
All right. Let's go to the next story. The next story I want to get to is housing costs, rents versus wages. A new report shows a Floridian needs to make $77,500 a year to afford an average two-bedroom rent of $1,940 without overspending. As governor, how will you ease this rent and wage pressure so working families don't?
I live 2 miles from that mosque shooting in San Diego, and those kids were Nazi Jew haters who shot up a mosque. Like, you can't make this make sense. I mean, it does make sense because Nazis hate Muslims and Jewish people. And immigrants.
Spend most of their paychecks just on housing. James.
It's always a question of supply and demand. Right now, it's no different than we were 10 years ago, except one major difference. Florida has 1.4 million illegal aliens in our state. The homes, the rental properties, the apartments that they are living in, the fact that Blackstone and BlackRock are buying up all this housing supply, 117,000 single-family homes are owned by private equity. Single-family homes are for Floridians. They're not for hedge funds. And so what we have to do is we have to prevent these large investors, foreign nationals from...
I do support the idea that we should not be allowing investment companies to buy and flip properties.
Buying up our homes, driving out Floridians who have built their life here, and that's how we can bring down costs. But I also want to touch on something as well, which is that it's not just the rent or the expenses that you pay every month, it's how much you make. How much money are you making today versus 5 or 10 years ago? We are staring down a crisis for the next generation. I met with a young man at Florida State University a couple months ago. He applied to 100 different positions at a company. And I won't name the company out of respect, but it was Amazon. And so he had a 4.0 GPA, computer science major. And Patrick, he can't get a job from Amazon because they told him, we're not hiring American citizens right now. They're just hiring H-1Bs from India, Pakistan, and China.
I don't believe that story for even a goddamn second. And then everyone clapped.
To the 1,900 employers in Florida right now who are using H-1B foreign labor, I am warning you once and for all. Fire your foreign workers, hire back qualified Floridians, or you will face the ultimate wrath of the state of Florida. We must put our workers front of the line.
What's crazy to me is that H-1B visas are literally used to bring in highly skilled people who then work in America and live in America and contribute to their local economies and like do local labor. Like, all of this helps America and American business. But like, the xenophobia has been ratcheted up so much that like they're just like, oh, these people doing labor for Americans and American companies? No. That labor should only be done by Americans for Americans. It's nuts. Like, it's just virulent racism.
Jay, do you agree with James?
Yeah, I agree with the premise of what he's talking about. We know we have an illegal immigration issue across the United States of America. Look, every state is a border state. That's just the reality of it, and we have to take that threat serious. We've talked about it. If we have 2 million illegal aliens in the state of Florida, 4 people per house, that's 500,000 homes or apartments being taken out of circulation. Let's talk a little bit about other notes of that. The American dream is what's
It's honestly crazy, just absolute bonkers that conservatives have it so easy. No facts, all vibes, no hope, only fear, just so sad.
I mean, that's exactly it. It's just vibes-based politics. Like, it's just completely divorced from reality. And they're just like, what's the vibe of this room? Oh, yeah, racist and xenophobic? Gotcha. I know exactly the kind of argument to make. And you know what? No one's even going to bother to fact-check anything I say.
important. The American dream is what we're discussing. The American dream can never be broken down to just getting by and having barely enough or just eking it out. Guys, that's not the America that we fought for. That's not the American dream that I want.
He just crawled out of the
What I
ocean.
want to
He's
see
still
is more
figuring stuff out.
opportunity, more jobs, more growth in those industries to raise it up, to make a difference in the families. We have to bring back the trades. Did you know the average tradesman is 58 years old? The average farmer is 58.9. When you raise that up and you get more people into the workforce,
Yeah, I mean, the H-1B program does need to be reformed, Shoot Bang. It's just that, like, they're attacking H-1Bs because they're racist, hateful assholes. But the real criticism of the H-1B program is exactly what you described, which is that it makes your presence here and your life here in America contingent on your employer, being pleased with you, which then opens up a wide range of abuse and exploitation that other workers are not subjected to.
great things happen. The free market works. Where we run into problems as conservatives, as Republicans, is when we forget our principles and we over-subsidize, we play games, and ultimately it ends up causing problems down the road. If you want to bring back more affordability, you want to drive down the cost of rent, we have to project and take care of.
When your career doesn't allow you to criticize capitalism, some minority group is always an easy red herring for lazy people.
Too true.
Of affordability and the quality of life
Thank you for
across
the
our
$10
entire
super
state.
chat, Brutus.
That has to be the number one focus of what we're doing. It's the number one thing I talk about moving forward, and the number one thing I hear about everywhere I go in the free state of Florida.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. Paul.
So we are a victim of our success. Millions are moving into our state, much like illegals coming into this country because they have failed countries where they came from. There are failed states now in America, and people want to live in Florida. And look, if I could, I often say I would love to build a wall.
Wait, there are failed states? There are failed states now in America? Which states have failed? Like, I want to know. I'm so curious. Like, when he says that, like, he's like, well, is New York like a failed state? Is California a failed state? States that by themselves are some of the largest economies in the world.
All at the Georgia-Alabama line and make California pay for it to keep people from coming in. Because it is a supply and demand problem. I agree with James on illegal immigrants as being a source of the problem. Part of my affordability plan, and I also agree on H-1Bs, is that we will have no H-1.
Yeah, they're all fucking ghouls. They're all evil as shit. I'm losing my patience with this. It's so... Why? I was just looking at what the other sections are here. Foreigners, education, thumbs up game, flock cameras. There's like 5 minutes for audience questions, a message to Byron Donalds, who's the front runner. And the next section is just called game. Weird. We'll let this guy respond, and then I think I'm going to have to call it. Actually, I'm curious what this game looks like. I don't really care about his response.
Product in the state of Florida, okay, what the price of this product's going to be. You're going to give your number, whoever's closest, not up or down, whatever's the closest. So if you say 505 and it's 5, you say 490, the 505 wins because it's closer by the penny. So not the typical Price is Right. I'm sure we've all watched it before. We're going to play our rules. whoever's closest to the dollar. And then we'll see who knows actually what Floridians are going through on a day-to-day basis. So if we're ready, do we have the products? Please bring the products up if the ladies are ready. Let's start off with the first one. The first one is a dozen grade A eggs. Start off with a dozen grade A eggs. You can't help them, by the way. I see the camps are here, so don't throw signs or anything. We're watching. The cameras are on you. Okay, so James, how much are the price of a dozen grade A eggs?
As soon as I became
Oh God, sorry. I got confused there. Like, he's having women bring out eggs?
By the penny. So not the typical Price is Right. I'm sure we've all watched it, but what Floridians are going through on a day already. Let's start off with the first one. The first one is a
The ladies are
dozen
ready.
grade A eggs. Start off with a dozen grade A eggs. You can't help them, by the way. I see the camps are here, so don't throw signs or anything. We're watching. The cameras are on you. Okay, so James, how much are the price of a dozen grade A eggs?
Well, my wife forces me to buy the organic, but I know those from a previous life. Those are about $2.50.
$2.50, James. Okay. Jay, how about yourself?
About $2.70.
This is so weird. This is so weird.
$2.75 a dozen.
$2.75 a dozen. Paul?
I was going to say 252, but just to hedge, I'll say 245. How's that? Non-organic.
245. So the average is 258, which the first one goes to Fishback. Okay. So Fishback got one so far. You would have said 252. You would have had it. Don't overthink it. You're on the right track. All right, next one. 1 gallon of whole milk. 1 gallon of whole milk. Jay, I'll come to you first.
It's about $3 a gallon.
Okay. James?
About $4.50 a gallon.
$4.50. Paul?
$3.50.
$3.50. It's $4.22. James Fishback takes this one as well. All right.
He knows how much things cost.
This is
Lisa
a video of
Al-Gaib.
TEMPT to appeal to THR working class. Hello, fellow kids. I too know the price of bread.
It's very weird, especially with like the showgirl presentation of eggs. Like this is wild to me.
Let's go to the next one.
All those trips to Publix and Live
That's
Oak
what,
that
is
my
that
wife
what it
sends
is?
me to.
All right, let's see the next one. One loaf
Ha ha ha. It's not because I know what we need, because we're equals in the household. My wife sends me.
of white bread. One loaf of white bread. Paul.
$2.75.
Jesus.
James.
About $3.20.
$3.20.
I feel so bad for these ladies.
Jay.
We go with $2.65.
$2.65. This one goes to Jay Collins. $2.50. There you go. Collins picked one up. Paul, we got to get on the leaders bulletin.
1 kilo of blue grade methamphetamine. How much does 1 kilo of blue ice cost? God, Paladin.
Let's go next one. 1 gallon of regular unleaded gasoline. AAA prices as of today for Florida.
We talking engine grade or huffing grade?
Fishback.
About $4.35.
$4.35. Guys, don't answer, please.
Wait,
If you
was she barefoot? If so, that's psychotic. No, she's not. They're wearing like all white flat ballet slippers.
$35.
$4.35. Guys, don't answer, please. If you answer again, I'm going to ask you to leave. Please don't do that again. I'm being respectful with you. Let's enjoy their answers. Okay, James, you said $4.50. Next.
$3.85.
$3.85.
Well, I was going to say $3.85 too, so I'm going with my original answer.
Which is what?
$3.85.
Both of you guys are saying
Yeah,
$3.85?
$3.85.
One of you guys got to say, you got to say a different number.
All right, $3.90.
$3.90. It's $3.81, which means this goes to Jay. So Jay's got two now. Jay, Collins, and Fishback are tied at 2. Next one. Very important to the president. This is very important to the president. A Big Mac meal.
Oh.
James.
A Big Mac meal. Jay and I are tied?
No, you guys are tied. Yeah.
We're tied.
You're
All right,
tied
Jay,
2 and 2.
Jay, if I win this one, you got to drop the lawsuit. Big Mac meal.
Big Mac meal.
Gosh, that's almost $9.50.
$9.50. Okay, Jay.
I think it's about $11.75.
All right, Paul.
$8.75.
$8.75. You know, it's $13.99, which goes to Collins. Collins takes the lead. All right. We know who goes to McDonald's here. That's
Not
we
me.
know that for a
Not
fact.
me.
There you
You
go.
gotta hope that
Not
ice cream
me.
machine
God damn, McDonald's getting too rich for people's blood these days.
is working, brother.
All right, let's go to the next one. One package of Pampers diapers, 100 count.
A lot.
A lot. It's been a while.
I have
Paul.
a
How
6
come
and a
you first?
4-year-old. It hasn't been that long.
What do you say,
It's
Paul?
like a pay raise when you.
1 kilogram. Megan Fox's giant boobs. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Stop having
It is.
diapers.
100 of them.
Man, it's a tough one. We order them in bulk, so I'm gonna say $10.
$10. Jay,
for a count of 100.
Okay, I'm done with the novelty of this, but I guess I am curious because they have another game later. The thumbs up game.
Proud to be one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Didn't have from the beginning. I said it best. You're
This throws up to everybody. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We'll go through 20 different issues, and on some of them, if
Double
there's
side.
you guys
Got it.
defer, we
Got
may
it.
go a little bit deeper. So
Yep, you got it. So we each get one.
you got them. Everybody has one. So green, thumbs up. Red, thumbs down. Can you show it to the audience so they can see? So thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. So I'll state an issue,
God.
and you tell me if it's thumbs up or thumbs down. Eliminate property tax.
Oh my
Easy.
God.
Require e-verify for every employer.
Conservatives are
Legalize
so
recreational
cooked.
marijuana. Expand school choice and vouchers. Raise public schools teachers' pay, which could lead to additional state spending. Okay, you were a little bit hesitant there, Jay. Are you still sticking to thumbs up?
I was listening to the whole question and making
Okay,
sure.
all
I'm
right.
good
That's,
on
my,
thumbs up.
that's my English. Forgive my English. Ban cell phones during school day in K through 12. All right. Expand.
That's my English? Dog, what are you talking about? That was actually really gross. Dude, have some self-respect. You're English. You have a podcast where you talk every day. You're like, oh, that's my English. Sorry about my English. Dear God.
Nuclear energy. Build more toll roads to reduce traffic congestion. Okay, let's stay.
That's the one thing they break on? That's the one way that these candidates differ? Are you fucking kidding me? God damn, Florida's Republicans are cooked.
on that. Jay, you put thumbs up. You guys put thumbs down. James, why don't you go first? Why
Immobilizer, I would love to. I don't know how to do that.
are you thumbs down?
I don't think we need to turn Florida into a concrete jungle. I don't think we need to keep building. I grew up going to the Everglades fishing with my dad.
That's right. Return to Monkey as state policy.
Dad and uncle, and I can tell you this state is perfect just the way that she is. What I want to do for Florida conservation is I want to tackle the FWC head on. You got corrupt commissioners there who are not fighting for conservation. I'll remove them using my Article 4, Section 7 powers. But on toll roads in particular, why is it that the Turnpike was built 50 years ago and we're still paying for a road that we were told we were only going to pay for it to be built? And here's the fact. If you're a Florida resident, you should not have to pay to drive on our roads. Patrick, here's my commitment to the voters of Florida.
Well, I mean, outside of paying, you know, the taxes to pay for the roads.
As governor, I will eliminate all tolls for Florida residents.
Paul, you also had thumbs down.
And I just want to tell you how we're going to pay for it.
5
because at a
seconds.
time when communists like Zohran Mamdani are trying to steal money, here's how you're going to pay for it. Make the poorest
Ma'am, respectfully, this is my show. You're interrupting. Next time I will ask you to leave. You've done this since standard time. One more time I will ask him to leave. Please respect the audience here. You're the only one that's doing it, and I'm being respectful to you. I'm very tolerant, but you've crossed the line.
For the
Go
people
for it.
watching at home, that's Jay Collins' wife. The other two wives are well behaved.
No, it's
That's
not Jay
actually not,
Collins'
James,
wife.
and don't talk about
No,
my
no.
wife.
I could tell it was your wife, Jay, because she's ugly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's not Jay Collins'
Good
wife,
Lord,
but
man.
please
So
continue.
how do we pay for it? We pay for it by charging the tourist more. 140 million tourists drive on our roads every single year. Charge them $1 or $2 more so we don't have to pay to drive on our roads.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the solution. Just charge people who are out of state. I'm sure people will love that. People absolutely will. Look, I was gonna try and make a joke about this, but honestly, like, you know what? I'm in favor of this policy. I'm in favor of this policy. I think this is brilliant. It's a great idea because it's the kind of thing that will make people start to stop and say to themselves, maybe we shouldn't take our family vacation to Florida where we're going to be charged to do anything, even drive on the road. You know, maybe we should go to like a different state. Maybe we should go see the Grand Canyon instead. We don't need roads where we're going. Which is back to monkey, back to fish.
Anymore.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
You don't need roads if your school is a school of fish, guys.
Well, this is very similar to what we did when I was speaker with Governor DeSantis, which is to give discounts to Florida residents. And to James's point, that is a way to, much like my property tax proposal, I am shifting the burden of taxation away from those who make Florida home to those who vacation here and speculate here. And I think that is a good direction to go. The reason I got the red paddle is, like, I can't tell you we're never going to have a toll road, but that's not the first place I would go. And so I think it makes sense to give relief to our residents who, especially frequent commuters, who are spending hundreds of dollars a month to get to their job, and again, dealing with costs that are out of the world right now. So give them a little bit of a break. We did that for a period of time to try to bring those costs down, and we can look at doing that again.
Okay.
Let's see. Very short section here for audience questions. I do want to just take a quick look at that.
Let's check this one out. Go for it. We can hear you. The mic went out, Jake.
You can hear it.
I know you can hear it. I want the audience to also hear it. Do you want to try it one more time, Jake?
Or try to hold it closer to your mouth. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, much
There you
better
go.
there. Go
Better.
for it.
Oh God, he's so mad. It's going so
Remove
well.
restrictions for young entrepreneurs in the state of Florida. 30 seconds each.
Yep.
Go for it.
Sure, I'll go first. We have regulations. Look, regulators, what do? They regulate. And so if you leave them to their own devices, they will continue.
Brilliant. Regulators regulate. Cool.
Continue to regulate and regulate. We have
Yep. That is what regulations do. Once you pass them, they continue to regulate. Oh boy. GOP, you guys are done.
Republicans are so bad at infrastructure, any event they hold falls apart.
It's true. Even their political party is falling apart.
regulations that are on the books probably from the 60s and 70s. So we need to do a better job. You hear about zero-based budgeting. I'd like to see zero-based regulation and tear it down to its bare minimum and only have regulations that go to health and safety. Businesses need reliable rules. They need to just know what the rules are. And as long as they know that, and as long as they're low, which they typically are in Florida, but not always, then you can prosper. But I hear all the time when it comes to other states that they do it better in other states where there's not the kind of simplicity that we
did only one person get to ask a question?
Need to give to businesses, because all of that effort, all of that time, all the bodies you have to put on that regulation costs money. That money then gets passed along to your consumers or reduces your profits. And for all those reasons, we have to have, whether it's a 1 in, 2 out, or how about a 0 in, 3 out of regulatory effort. When we look at the Tax and Budget Commission, Byron has kind of sloughed off the whole property tax debate and said, I'll send it to the
Dude, he's had so much longer than 30 seconds. It's crazy.
commission. Look at this, that not just
I think you're going to hear a lot of the same thing from everybody.
Oh my God, he gave like a 2-minute long answer. And this is the only question. Okay, wait, we got one more.
And it empowers
Jay.
people to make choices.
Thank you, James.
Is this something that's personally affected you?
Myself and my brothers just recently relocated from Wisconsin to Florida.
You bring some cheese curds with you?
That's right. So
Well,
we
from-
felt Wisconsin, and we'd like to have a governor in the state of Florida that is champion entrepreneurs.
Well, as a young Florida entrepreneur myself who started a business at 21, let me tell you right now that we need to do whatever it takes to inspire the next generation of businesses here, and it will be enough. Here's how you do it. Number
I'm sorry. Like,
Internet reset inbound 5432.
Don't look. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay? But just to be clear here, that's the only question the audience gets to ask throughout that entire thing. There's not another question from the audience. They have that final, like, thought section, and then it's just done. They gave 2 hours to these guys, and their audience Q&A section is literally 5 minutes with one question being asked. That's crazy. Anyway, folks, I'm done with this. This was silly as hell, and I don't think I have the tenacity on this particular subject to last for the entire duration of it. But god damn, that was crazy. Now, folks, if you enjoyed that, if you got anything out of it, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about this epic clashing of 3 guys who, by and large, have the same ideas about how to ruin the country. And also, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. I know that there are great people doing work locally, even in Florida. There's a very strong up-and-coming Democratic movement. I encourage you to get involved with your local political scene because you guys can make this world a better place. You do not have to actually just cede power to these very hateful bigots. So, folks, join your local